Chapter 278. Once Ji Ming's words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and their faces were filled with shock. No one had expected this matter to alarm the Jiming Marquis. Grand Xia was divided into civil and military affairs, and the Evernight calamity was at its peak. Logically speaking, the Jiming Marquis shouldn't have the energy to pay attention to such matters. The ministers all lowered their heads and secretly exchanged glances. No one was willing to be the first to step forward. On the dragon throne, Xia Mingri also saw that something was wrong. His expression sank and he didn't speak. He was waiting to see what these officials were going to say. The oppressive atmosphere became more and more intense. The Minister of Agriculture, who was in charge of the National Treasury, stepped out and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Marquis Wu, we are now at war with the Eternal Night Cult. The National Treasury is empty. We have tried our best to arrange for the disaster victims, but we still need some time." Xia Mingri still didn't say a word. He continued to watch with a calm face. He knew better than anyone how many things Ning Chen still had to do. If it was just a trivial matter, he wouldn't have the energy to care about it. "Marquis Xiaoxian, what do you think?" Ning Chen shifted his gaze to an old official and asked. Marquis Xiaoxian trembled as he walked out, a look of fear flashed past his old eyes. He lowered his head and said, "Marquis, this matter is not under my jurisdiction." "Marquis Pingling, does this matter have anything to do with you?" Ning Chen calmly asked the middle-aged man behind Marquis Xiaoxian. Hearing the Marquis call out his name, Marquis Pingling's heart trembled, and immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, Marquis Wu, this subject has already done his best to arrange a place for the disaster victims, and has not slacked in the slightest." Ning Chen did not respond. He shifted his gaze to another important official in the imperial court and said, "Minister of Imperial Patronage, you are the head of the remonstrance in the imperial court. Would you like to express your opinion?" On the dragon throne, Xia Mingri listened to the names Ning Chen mentioned. His face became more and more gloomy. Although he didn't speak, it was obvious that his anger was about to erupt. "I have a clear conscience." Below, the Minister of Imperial Patronage walked out with a resolute and righteous expression. There was no fear on his face as he replied. "Minister of Imperial Patronage is indeed worthy of being the head of the remonstrant officials. His noble spirit is awe-inspiring and admirable." Ning Chen laughed coldly. Soon after, he glanced at Kong Yu, who was among the officials, and opened his mouth to say, "Minister of Imperial Patronage, bring the things you have found to His Majesty." "Yes," Kong Yu nodded and took out the accounts he had collected over the past few days and handed them over. A little eunuch in front of the dragon throne hurriedly stepped forward and took it. Then, he handed it to Xia Mingri. Xia Mingtian looked at the account book, page by page. After a long time, he gently put it down. "Very good." However, in the next moment, Xia Mingri suddenly slammed his palm on the table beside him. With a loud bang, the entire heavenly mandate palace trembled. "How dare you!" Behind the collapsed table, Xia Mingri looked at the ministers below. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. "Men!" "Yes." One by one, the dragon guards entered the main hall and knelt down to receive orders. "Send Minister C, Marquis Xiaoxian, and Marquis Pingling to the prison." Xia Mingri ordered. "Yes." The 6 dragon guards stood up and escorted the 3 out. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." The sound of begging for mercy lingered in his ears. It was sad and trembling, but it could no longer shake the emperor's killing intent. The people were the foundation of the country. Under the pretext of settling the disaster victims, they embezzled the national treasury, gathered for private interests, and even bribed officials to deceive the public. All of these crimes were unforgivable. "Minister of Imperial Treasury, do you have something to tell me?" Xia Mingri looked at the head of the ministers below with a gloomy expression. "I have a clear conscience. At this point, the Minister of Imperial Treasury was unwilling to say anything. Very good. Xia Mingri's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly, Minister of Imperial Treasury, I leave this matter to you. Any officials involved in the settlement of the disaster victims will be thoroughly investigated. Yes, Your Majesty. Kong Yu respectfully accepted the order. Fourth Imperial Uncle. Xia Mingri looked at the man in the royal robe among the ministers and said seriously, the settlement of the disaster victims is imminent. I hope that Imperial Uncle can work hard and accept this matter. Prince Hua sighed in his heart. He walked out and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Xia Mingri was relieved. He glanced coldly at the Minister of Imperial Treasury kneeling below and said, Court is dismissed. Court is dismissed. The little eunuch's voice rang throughout the heavenly mandate palace. All the ministers knelt and shouted, Long live the Emperor. The ministers left one by one. Xia Mingri did not leave. Duke Taisher, Duke Jingwu, and Ning Chen did not leave. Prince Hua was also asked to stay behind. Ning Chen bowed to Prince Hua as a junior. Xia Miaoyu had taken care of him on the way to the wedding. He had never forgotten this favor. Looking at the young man in front of him, Prince Hua was filled with emotions. Time had passed so quickly. The young man of the past had grown up, and Miaoyu had been married into the true extreme nation for 4 years. Imperial Uncle, this settlement of the disaster victims may encounter some resistance. This is the Emperor's sword. If necessary, you can act first and report later. Xia Mingri took the noble Emperor's sword from the right side of the dragon throne and handed it to the person in front of him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Prince Hua took the Emperor's sword and thanked the Emperor. Ning Chen, thank you. Xia Mingri looked at the person in the wheelchair and said seriously. Your Majesty is too courteous. Ning Chen sighed softly and said, I only hope that when the marquises and generals are fighting outside, they won't be stabbed in the back because of the internal affairs of the Great Xia. If the hundreds of thousands of disaster victims were to riot, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Great Xia already had enough external troubles. They could not have any more internal troubles. Don't worry, such a thing will not happen again. Killing intent flashed through Xia Mingri's eyes. There's one more thing. Your Majesty must be mentally prepared. Ning Chen thought for a bit, then decided to tell the truth. The Eternal Night Cult does indeed have another expert who has 3 disasters. Moreover, his strength is definitely not inferior to a martial lord. Hearing the former's words, everyone's eyes sunk. That was the worst news. A martial lord was already an unsolvable problem. If there was another expert who was not inferior to a martial lord, the Great Xia would truly be in danger. Ning Chen did not say much about this matter. Instead, he changed the topic to the 4 extreme disasters. With a solemn expression, he said, the person sent by the 4 extreme holy lands has also appeared in Fallen Moon City. Whether it's true or not, I must go and take a look. In the next few days, I asked the Grand Sage to look for a method to mend the spatial boundary in the ancient books of the Confucian sect. N. The Grand Sage nodded and agreed to this matter. After saying these things, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He bid farewell to the others, turned around, and left in his wheelchair. After Ning Chen left, Xia Mingri's expression turned cold. He looked at the Grand Sage and said in a deep voice, Grand Sage, some of the officials from the Confucian sect are becoming more and more outrageous. We hope you can be mentally prepared. The Grand Sage sighed helplessly and bowed, I'll leave it to Your Majesty. Outside the imperial palace, Lu Ruoxi stood there quietly. When she saw the approaching figure, she naturally stepped forward and pushed the wheelchair towards the Marquis' estate. Ruoxi, do you regret staying in the Marquis' estate? Ning Chen asked. I never regret it. Lu Ruoxi replied. Heh. Ning Chen chuckled softly and did not ask any more questions. As long as she did not regret it, it was fine. As for the future, it was up to her to choose. In the Marquis' estate, after the two returned, they did not go out again. Ning Chen sat quietly in the courtyard, contemplating things. At sunset, Ning Chen collected his thoughts and calmly said, "Let's go." In the room, two voices responded. The next moment, Ghost Chi swept past and the figures in the courtyard disappeared. Fallen Moon City. After 3 years, Fallen Moon City had basically returned to its former prosperity. As the sun set in the west, the city was filled with lanterns. Looking from a distance, it was exceptionally beautiful. Marquis. In front of a dilapidated mansion, a spy from the Grand Sage Department knelt down and respectfully greeted. "Is she still inside?" Ning Chen glanced at the mansion in front of him and asked. She has always been here and hasn't left. She seems to be doing something." The spy replied. "Ghost woman." Ning Chen nodded, then turned his head and whispered. Ghost Chi filled the void behind him and a beautiful red figure appeared. She turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed into the mansion in front of him. A moment later, a loud rumble sounded. The impact of the two palms collided and more than half of the mansion collapsed. A blue figure flew out in a sorry state and fled towards the north. Ghost Woman chased after him. Ning Chen summoned his ghost palanquin and followed closely behind. In front of Fallen Moon Gorge, Ghost Woman blocked Xian Ji's path. Ning Chen also arrived and turned his wheelchair to get out of the palanquin. "It really is you." Xian Ji's face was ashen and murderous. "Long time no see," Ning Chen said indifferently. On the other side, Ghost Woman did not say a word. She lightly stepped forward and a mighty ghost chi spread out, covering the moon in the sky. Rakshasa's daughter of the underworld. What a pity. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. A moment later, a dark blue formation spread out in the air and 3 figures slowly appeared. Surprised? "It's too late," sneered Xian Ji. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He stood up and moved his hand. The saber of remembrance was unsheathed and fell into his hand. The pure white long and narrow blade reflected a blue light in the night, cold to the bone. "Zhenming Marquis, I didn't think we'd meet again so soon. Unfortunately, your luck ends here." Zhong Qianxiu waved his hand and an evil god appeared. Its face was blue and its fangs were bone-piercing. The demonic might of its halberd and axe made people's hearts tremble. Xian Ji's body moved and he sent a palm over. The formation shook and lightning suddenly appeared. Ning Chen raised his blade to block the lightning. At the same time, he flipped his palm to meet Xian Ji's palm. With a bang, the two palms collided and Ning Chen was forced back a step. He was at a disadvantage. "Don't think you're the only one who knows how to hide. Today, you'll understand just how laughable your intellect is." With that, Xian Ji pushed his palm forward and borrowed the power of the formation to shake heaven and earth. Ning Chen was forced back 3 more steps. With his injured body in the formation suppression, he was in danger. Ghost Woman saw that the situation was bad and her figure flashed. She wanted to help, but the 4 evil gods blocked her path. Ghost Desolation Art, 100 ghosts trapped the heavens. Ghost Woman's expression quickly turned cold. She raised her hand and used the Ghost Desolation Art. Ghostly figures flew out and roared, blocking the 4 evil gods. Chapter 279. 100 ghosts locked down the heavens and earth, making it difficult for gods and demons to move an inch. The ghost girl used the martial arts of the underworld, shocking everyone. Evil God was blocked and an opening appeared. The ghost girl moved her feet and passed through to help Ning Chen. "Remnant Wind, Hua Zhuang," said Zhong Qianxiu. At his command, azure and white armor appeared on the battlefield. The sword and halberd attacked the ghost girl together. The shining armor condensed a strange power and its power shook the heavens. The ghost girl's advance was immediately blocked again. Her ghost power shook the two weapons and her true yuan shook. The suppression of the formation was ineffective against the ghost girl's special martial arts. For a moment, the battle entered an intense stalemate. On the other side, the battle also entered a white-hot state. The palm energy was vast and filled with murderous intent. It was going to end the legend of the Knowing Destiny state. Knowing Destiny Marquis, how much strength do you have left? Sneered Xianji. Heaven and earth, flame of life. The strange spell surged out of the formation again. The formation and the spell complemented each other, forming a flame that burned the sky and engulfed Ningchen. Scroll of Earth. Seeing this, Ningchen flipped his palm and activated the Scroll of Earth. In an instant, the ground rumbled and rose into the air, forming layers of barriers around them, blocking the incoming flames. Idiot! Xianji moved and broke the barrier formed by the ground. The flame rushed in and engulfed the person in front of him. However, at that moment, endless cold qi surged out of the broken barrier. The world stopped for a moment and the flame of life quickly turned into ice crystals. Xianji's pupils shrank. Before he could react, his blade saw blood and the ground was dyed red. You! Anger, shock, and disbelief were all on his face. His blue clothes were dyed red, completely igniting Xianji's murderous intent. He stomped his foot and his hair stood up. Xianji flipped his hand and the Jade of Fortune flew into the sky, drawing a dazzling four-colored light. It was like a coiling dragon rising into the sky. Its power shook the heavens and earth. Heaven and earth, for extremes, fortune, smoke. Swift lightning, cold ice, raging flames, and strong winds. The origin powers of the four extremes appeared in the world. The clouds broke and the sky shook. A shocking treasure appeared for the first time in the world. Immediately, the world could not bear the terrifying power. It collapsed. Space distorted, and the ground caved in. It was a scene of doomsday. Not too far away, Zhong Qianxiu's eyes flashed with a dazzling light as he saw the terrifying power of the worldly fortune jade. Seeing the power of the Jade of Fortune that could split the sky and earth, Ningchen moved his feet. His body was like an illusion as he used the unparalleled martial art of West Shadow again. Lightning and raging flames descended, but the water was extinguished. The afterimages seemed real, and the extremely precise movement technique avoided the power of the lightning and fire. At the last moment, the martial Marquis of Great Xia passed down a set of martial arts. Ningchen stepped on the water, each step creating an illusion. Between real and fake, he went all out to deal with the might of heaven and earth. Heaven Scroll. The heaven scroll revolved, and the pure white blade lit up with a blue brilliance. The blade flashed past and instantly appeared in front of Xianji. Futile struggle. Xianji's eyes turned cold. He flipped his right palm, adding the power of fortune to his body. The heaven-breaking palm swept out to meet the heavenly scroll's attack head-on. Ningchen took 3 steps back. Looking at the worldly fortune jade in the air, his eyes narrowed. Marquis Jiming, you won't be able to escape today. Xianji roared as he fully activated the worldly fortune jade. The light of the 4 extremes illuminated the entire formation. The terrifying pressure shocked everyone present. The 100 ghost god trapping art was the first to collapse. The evil gods charged out of the cage, their halberds and axes cutting through the air toward the ghost woman. Ningchen stepped on the water and went around Xianji, wanting to stop the 4 evil gods. At this moment, Zhong Qianxiu, who hadn't attacked until now, finally moved. His vast energy was activated, and killing intent appeared. His purple coat flashed, and the moment Bai Yi's silhouette reformed, he sent out a palm. The powerful shockwaves split the ground. The two each took half a step back. During this short pause, Xianji once again surrounded the person in front of him, blocking his path. With the four extremes sacred ground and the eternal night cult working together in the formation's power, this was a sure-kill situation. There was no way to break through. Not far away, the ghost woman was surrounded by the four evil gods, Remnant Wind, and Hua Zhuang. Even though her ghostly energy was unparalleled, she couldn't escape in a short time. Develop Yin and Yang, transform into the four divisions, no sun in 8 directions, true extreme flames. Heaven and earth, heaven and earth, heaven and earth, fire burning city. The two used their arts at the same time. The worldly fortune jade also activated, sending down wind and lightning to help the flames. The bright moon within 10 miles lost its color. Facing the two's ultimate moves, Ning Chen raised his hand and pointed, pushing his cultivation to the limit. Wind and snow surged, spreading rapidly. Love comes when snow is fast, soared snow 3,000 miles. Ice and snow fought the flames. Raging waves swept across the world. With a bang, Ning Chen was forced back several steps, the corner of his mouth dyed red. The outcome was decided. Seeing that there was hope for success, Xianji dashed forward and pushed his palm to the limit. He was about to end this battle once and for all. However, Zhong Qianxiu's expression suddenly changed and he cried out, "Careful!" But his warning was too late. A sharp sword silently appeared and pierced through Xianji's heart. The killing blow came so suddenly, no one expecting it. It came without any warning, leaving everyone shocked. "Meng Xuanji, you're still alive?" Xianji spat out a mouthful of blood. Surprised? "This sword is for you." Meng Xuanji snorted coldly and condensed qi in her right palm, sending the person in front of her flying. Zhong Qianxiu's fury soared, and he charged at the strange woman. However, Ling's saber light didn't allow the person in front of him to take even half a step forward. Ning Chen had been putting on a show for a long time, so he had been holding back for a long time. At this moment, he finally let go of his arms and legs. Zhong Qianxiu immediately felt the pressure on him increase. He dodged, but he was surrounded by danger. "Go help the ghost woman," shouted Ning Chen. Meng Xuanji nodded. Her silhouette flashed past, and with a swing of her sword, she parried the halberd light and arrived beside the ghost girl. The encirclement was completely reversed because of Meng Xuanji's sudden appearance. Zhong Qianxiu glanced at Xianji, who was lying in a pool of blood. Although he was furious, he knew that the situation was over. "Retreat!" Zhong Qianxiu ordered, and then his hands formed a strange seal. Instantly, the grand formation rumbled and exploded in all directions. Not far away, Remnant Wind and Hua Zhuang used the cover of Evil God and the exploding formation to quickly retreat, no longer lingering in the battle. Ning Chen saw that the person in front of him was about to leave, and his saber light turned into a net, wanting to make him stay. "Knowledge Marquis, you've won this time. But you won't be so lucky next time." The formation blocked the saber light. Zhong Qianxiu's figure flashed, and he quickly left with Xianji in a pool of blood. "You think it's that easy to leave?" Ning Chen's figure flickered, and he dodged the successive explosions. However, at this moment, a maniacal laughter sounded in his ears, and his feet suddenly stopped. "Ha!" A sharp laughter rang out. The ghost woman's aura surged chaotically, and her ghost power scattered the red veil on her head, revealing her beautiful face. "Ghost woman!" Ning Chen's expression changed, and he immediately rushed in the ghost woman's direction. Beside the ghost woman, Meng Xuanji didn't even have time to react before she was forced back several steps. She vomited blood. The ghost woman's figure flickered several times under the night sky. In the next moment, she rushed toward the north. "You go back first. I'll chase after her." Ning Chen exhorted and didn't say anything else. He quickly chased after the ghost girl. "Careful!" Meng Xuanji didn't try to be brave. Her body hadn't fully recovered, and her cultivation base had only recovered by 30%. She wouldn't be able to do anything even if she took another blow. In the northern lands, two figures sped through the air, one in front and one behind. The demented ghost woman's eyes were as red as blood, and her hair danced wildly in the wind. She looked like a Rakshasa from hell. Ning Chen was extremely anxious. He sped up, trying his best to chase after the ghost woman whose temperament had changed greatly. The two figures were so fast that it was hard to see them clearly. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen finally caught up to the ghost woman in front of the fog forest outside the underworld. Before he could even speak, he was met with a fierce attack. Ning Chen was forced to receive the attack. However, his old injuries hadn't healed, and he was afraid of hurting the ghost woman in front of him, so he held back a lot of his moves. After just a few exchanges, his body was covered in blood. The ghost woman, who had lost her heart, didn't hold back at all. Every move was a killing move, making it difficult to dodge. Ghost woman, I'm sorry. Seeing that the consequences would be even more unpredictable if he held back, Ning Chen's expression became serious. He withdrew his saber and formed a sword finger, wanting to quickly capture the ghost woman. Oh! The sound of a great battle rang out. In the fog, a handsome figure in blue armor opened his eyes and disappeared in an instant. Ning Chen attacked with all his strength. The ghost woman showed signs of weakness. Just as she was about to be captured, another figure joined the battle, and the situation changed again. My dear fellow cultivator, are you finally willing to wake up? It was a familiar voice and a familiar smile. Underworld Child activated the Netherworld Origin and sent out a palm strike. Evil energy crazily surged out. Ning Chen's palm strike met it. With a bang, heaven and earth shook violently. Underworld Child. Seeing the person in front of him, Ning Chen's killing intent erupted. He clenched his hand, and the remembrance saber appeared in his hand once more. The saber was originally pure white, but at this moment, there were traces of blood flowing through it. Ning Chen waved his saber to cut down the source of the disaster, no longer holding back. Underworld Child condensed Yuan Qi in his palm and met the saber head-on. However, how could the sharp saber be blocked by the physical body? Blood blossomed and dyed the saber red. On the side, the ghost woman attacked with both palms at the same time. Soon after, her feet moved and she quickly left. Underworld Child received another palm strike. The corner of his mouth was dyed red, but the smile on his face became even more brilliant. He ignored the ghost woman and attacked the person in front of him again. My dear fellow cultivator, don't forget Underworld Child's magnanimity today. Get lost. Ning Chen dispersed the ghost woman's palm strike. Looking at Underworld Child, he was furious. He spun his saber and activated the scroll of heaven to its limit. A dazzling blue light illuminated the world. The saber light slashed down with a heavenly might. Underworld Child blocked the attack, but he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Blood splattered everywhere. He took a step in the air and used the momentum to leave. Ning Chen glanced at the figure that disappeared into the fog and ignored him. He continued to chase after the ghost woman. Chapter 280. In the northern lands, Ning Chen chased her for 1,000 miles. However, after being obstructed by Underworld Child, Ghost Woman's figure had already disappeared into the distance, and he couldn't find her anymore. Ning Chen searched for half the night, but he could only give up in the end and return for the time being. Ning Chen arrived at King Haowu's mansion. Looking at Xia Zi, who was still unconscious on the bed, he sighed softly as exhaustion flashed across his face. Brother will definitely wake up, Xia Xinyu said slowly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. He immediately walked over to Luofei and calmly said, I haven't had the time to thank Miss Luofei for her kindness. May I ask where Miss Luofei comes from? Qin Ning had already told him about her worries. There weren't many Xiantian experts in the world, so it was indeed unusual for such a woman to suddenly appear. Imperial concubine Luo faintly smiled and said, "She's just a country girl. Could it be that Lord Marquis is suspecting something?" "Miss, you're exaggerating. I was just casually asking. Since Miss is unwilling to tell me, just treat it as if I didn't ask." An apologetic expression appeared on Ning Chen's face. Soon after, he glanced at Xia Xinyu who was beside the bed and instructed, "Princess, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. If there's anything you need, send someone to the Marquis mansion to inform me at any time." "I won't be sending you off," Xia Xinyu softly replied. Ning Chen nodded and walked away. Looking at the white-clothed figure leaving, an inexplicable smile flashed on Luofei's face. She said, "I think the two of you are quite compatible. Why didn't you agree to this marriage in the first place?" Elder sister Luofei must be joking. "We are just very good friends." Xia Xinyu replied and no longer spoke. She quietly stayed by Xia Zi's side, hoping that her imperial brother would wake up soon. Madame Luo's lips curled up in a smile. If a person couldn't understand their own heart, she didn't know whether it was lucky or sad. In the Marquis Jiming's mansion, Meng Xuanji didn't come out for several days. She focused on recovering from her injuries. Ning Chen stayed for 2 days. After his injuries were slightly better, he left again. He went to the camp of the Blackwater Army and had a short talk with Marquis Triumphant Return. Then, he went to the easternmost land. Through Meng Xuanji, he also knew of Xian Ji's identity. That sword strike had severed his heart veins, so it was unlikely that he could be saved. However, he hadn't found the method to seal the connection between the two realms yet. Right now, what he needed to deal with the most was the threat of the martial lords. Since Senior was not here, the person with the greatest chance of defeating a martial lord was Desolate City's Legend of the Sword, Mu Bai. However, he didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to invite Mu Bai. At the extreme east, at the end of the heavens and the earth, a boundless sea of chaotic mist roiled without end. A white-clothed figure sat silently ahead like a stone statue, and he hadn't moved at all for countless days and nights. "Senior Mu Bai." Ning Chen walked over and gave a junior's greeting. Mu Bai didn't reply. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed. The extreme of the sword, the legend of the barren city, opened up the sky with one finger. The horrifying sword intent roared out. Ning Chen's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and pointed at the sky. The sword intent gathered around him and blocked the sword attack. When they met again 3 years later, Ning Chen's cultivation had already reached the third tribulation of the innate stage. He was no longer the same as before. However, after receiving Mu Bai's sword, he felt even more insignificant. The sword on the sword was like a tall mountain. 300 meters later, Ning Chen stopped. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The remaining power of the palm strike on his chest was swallowed up by the sword intent. His injuries were much better now. "Not bad," Mu Bai indifferently commented. He acknowledged Ning Chen's improvement. "Thank you, Senior." Ning Chen respectfully bowed. "Why are you looking for me?" Mu Bai looked at the sea of chaotic mist ahead. Ning Chen explained the current situation, then seriously said, "Senior, the Eternal Night Cult's goal is unknown right now, and the four extremities are eyeing us covetously. I hope Senior can take action and eliminate the martial monarchs to save the commoners." "Does the commoner's life or death have anything to do with you?" Mu Bai didn't reply. "No." Ning Chen was startled. "Does the rise and fall of the Divine Prefecture have anything to do with you?" Mu Bai continued. "No, but," Ning Chen's expression became anxious. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted. "There are no buts. The rise and fall of the world is determined by fate. Just like the Zine dynasty 1,000 years ago, when the time comes, it's useless to force it. Your sword heart is too mottled. If you don't calm your heart, your path of the sword will stop here, said Mu Bai indifferently. Senior. Ning Chen was unwilling to give up. He took a step forward and bowed again. Go back. Mu Bai waved his right hand and thousands of strands of sword intent appeared. They turned into sword wind and forcefully sent Ning Chen 1,000 miles away. Sen, sigh. 1,000 miles away, Ning Chen sighed. He could only helplessly turn around and go back. If Senior Mu Bai wasn't willing to take action, who in this world could stop a martial monarch? In the western battlefield, in the main camp of the Marquis of Victorious Return's residence, Ning Chen walked over and looked at the Grand Xia's war god. Senior Marquis of Victorious Return, I'm sorry. Don't think too much. If Mu Bai was so easy to invite, he wouldn't be a legend of the sword. We can settle the matter of the Grand Xia ourselves. There's no need to trouble others, said Marquis Victorious Return calmly. Generations of marquises of the Grand Xia had used their blood and lives to protect the country behind them for 1,000 years. He believed that they could do the same. Senior, let me think. There's definitely a way. Ning Chen stood in front of the army map, frowning as he carefully thought of other methods. Marquis Victorious Return didn't disturb him any longer. He sighed in his heart. The heavens really treated the Grand Xia well. In this most dangerous time, there was such an outstanding youth who was still racking his brains for the future of the Grand Xia. Dong, 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 at this time, the sound of war drums rang out in the distance. The Evernight army had once again launched an attack, alarming everyone in the camp. Ning Chen, who was still in deep thought, was immediately awakened. He quickly followed Marquis Victorious Return out of the tent and looked toward the west. The swaying banner of the divine sect was becoming clearer and clearer. The majestic army was like a black cloud, making people feel apprehensive. Prepare to meet them. Marquis Victorious Return calmly gave the order to prepare to resist the Evernight army's attack. I'll go with Senior, said Ning Chen. Your injury. A trace of worry flashed across Marquis Victorious Return's face. It's fine. Ning Chen shook his head. Then let's go. Marquis Victorious Return immediately stepped forward to meet the divine sect's attack. In the western Qing plains, the two armies were facing each other. The martial monarch stood in front of the divine sect's army. He was incomparably majestic, and his battle intent was soaring. On the other side, Marquis Victorious Return stood in front of the army with his saber in hand. His aura surged, and his tall and straight posture was not the slightest bit inferior to his opponent. He displayed the might of the Grand Xia's army. Kill. The battle between the martial monarch and divine sect had been going on for more than 3 years. They were incomparably familiar with each other. Both sides simultaneously gave the order to start another battle between the Grand Xia dynasty and the Eternal Night Divine Sect. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Only the area around the two of them formed a huge vacuum that no one could approach. Of the Grand Xia dynasty's martial marquises, only the Victorious Return bloodline was inherited. It was an honor, but also a responsibility. Waves of energy surged around the Grand Xia war god's body. With Victorious Return's treasures, the glorious battle armor and the glorious era saber, he forcefully raised his aura from the peak of the fifth tribulation to the level of the three calamities, bravely resisting the invincible martial monarch. The great Xia war god raised his saber and a war song rang out. The Grand Xia war god stepped forward, causing the earth to crumble. He drew his saber and slashed out. Heaven and earth changed color, and ghosts and gods were silenced. Come! The martial monarch shouted. He raised the sky desolate halberd, stirring up the void. With a bang, he met the martial monarch head-on. The saber light was fast, and the halberd light was strong. The battle caused mountains to crumble and the earth to split. The cries of ghosts shook the heavens. The battle on top of the battlefield dazzled the world. Not far away, Ning Chen quietly stood outside the battlefield, watching this battle. Behind him, Nian Qing was constantly trembling, ready to be unsheathed at any moment. 3 styles of imperial heaven, 9 evils sunbreak slash. The martial monarch's halberd condensed power. Boundless evil energy unceasingly rose around his body. Black chi spread, and everything collapsed. The sunbreak slash caused ghosts and gods to cry. Military might spreads 10,000 miles. The victorious return Marquis used his ultimate move. The glorious era saber was raised, and a vast and mighty aura surged out. The 2 ultimate moves collided, and a berserk chi wave violently surged out. Both sides were injured and retreated. One took half a step, while the other took 3 steps. The difference in strength was obvious. At that moment, Ning Chen, who had been quietly waiting, finally moved. His water body reached its limit, and in the blink of an eye, Nian Qing was unsheathed, breaking through the chi seat in front of the martial monarch's chest. Your reaction isn't bad, but it's too slow. The martial monarch's aura condensed, and the pure white saber was blocked. It stopped an inch away from his chest, unable to advance any further. Heavenly Scroll. Ning Chen activated the Heavenly Scroll, and the saber emitted a blue light. Its sharpness was incomparably fierce, and it advanced another half an inch. At the same time, the victorious return Marquis raised his saber to assist. Back off! The martial monarch shouted, and his aura spread out, sending the person in front of him flying. Then, he brandished his halberd, breaking the saber's power. The 2 retreated several steps at the same time. The victorious return Marquis stamped his foot, and stopped his retreat. He raised his saber to the sky and used his ultimate move again. Long River Setting Sun, Glorious World. The glorious era saber and the glorious era saber resonated with each other, and a dazzling brilliance soared into the sky, rising endlessly among the thousands of soldiers and horses. It was like a long river going against the flow of the sun. Seeing this, the martial monarch's expression became serious. The peerless ominous weapon in his hand danced, and a power that surpassed the limits of heaven and earth erupted. 3 styles of imperial heaven, God-slaying heaven. God-slaying heaven, if a god blocked it, it would kill a god. If a Buddha blocked it, it would destroy a Buddha. It was unstoppable. The space could no longer bear it, and cracks appeared, spreading horizontally and vertically, reaching 1,000 miles away. The martial monarch and martial monarch both retreated several steps, and the corners of their mouths were red. Ugh! It seemed like a draw, but due to the difference in their cultivation bodies, it was a decisive difference. The victorious return Marquis body swayed, and the evil power in his body was difficult to disperse. He vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. The martial monarch's dual chi body displayed an absolute advantage, and he forcibly dispersed the saber chi in his body. However, the instant one attacked and one defended, it caused his aura to fluctuate for a short time. At that moment, the ground violently rumbled, and sword chi rushed out, piercing towards the martial monarch. A beautiful blood-red color blossomed. The martial monarch was unable to dodge in time, and his chest was dyed red. A pure white saber streaked across a brilliant light, and once again broke through the former's chi. Not bad, I admire you. The martial monarch grasped the saber in front of his chest, and blood flowed from his palm, dyeing the pure white saber red. Chapter 281. Ning Chen's blade was blocked. He activated the life scroll again and cold air condensed in front of the blade, increasing its sharpness by 30%. The sharpness entered his body and blood gushed out. The martial lord groaned and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He slapped with his palm and sent the person in front of him flying. Dozens of feet away, Ning Chen landed on the ground and retreated several steps. He vomited blood and was injured again. The attack that was just a hair's breadth away was still a bit too slow. The martial lord's recovery speed was extremely fast and the opportunity was gone. Again. After being injured, the martial lord's arrogance was revealed. With the halberd in his hand, he looked down on the world. It was an acknowledgement of the two people in front of him, but it was also an expression of contempt. 2 against 1, they still did not have the upper hand. The suppression of realms and the difference in cultivation made the two strongest martial marquises of the Grand Xia focus all their attention to face the enemy. The air exploded. The military blade and the halberd clashed once again. The blade and halberd caused sand to fill the air and the earth to crack. The battle above was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. If one was slightly careless, one's body and soul would disappear. Every move of the great Xia war god was valiant, and the eternal night martial lord was even more domineering. It was the most direct clash of strength, without holding back at all. Waves of aftershocks continued to spread out, and the pressure was terrifying. Those below the innate realm couldn't even get close. Ning Chen stepped on the water and his figure was like an illusion. He was fast, even faster. He was so fast that he died in an instant and one could not see him clearly. The battle completely turned white. Marquis victorious return used his troops to restrain the martial lord while Ning Chen's blade flashed. One heavy and one fast, they cooperated with each other to break the legend of the martial lord. Satisfying. The blood-red light of killing blossomed under the sun. The martial lord's battle intent was high and the halberd in his hand increased by 30%. He fought against the strongest martial lord of the Grand Xia war god. The world-shocking battle caused the sky to collapse and the earth to split. The strongest martial artists of the Grand Xia dynasty and the Eternal Night cult fought for victory and defeat. Neither side held back. It was impossible for them to hold back. The cruelty of the battle was a reflection of war. Victory and defeat had never changed since ancient times. Kaishian Marquis and Wu Lord exchanged injuries. The glorious armor blocked the sharpness of the halberd, but it was unable to dissipate the shocking power. Their injured internal organs affected their old injuries, causing the great Xia army god to slowly fall into a disadvantage. The martial lord's body was dyed red with blood. Blood flowed out from the wounds caused by the war blade, but after a moment, they quickly recovered. At this moment, the advantage of having a dual Qi-Si physique was displayed without a doubt. With one attacking and the other defending, he would be in an invincible position. Seeing that the battle was gradually becoming disadvantageous, Ning Chen changed the direction of his blade. Riding the wind, his blade moved with the force of 1,000 caddies. He took part of the martial lord's attack and reduced the pressure on the army god. The power of the Sky Baron halberd was earth-shattering. Every strike of the halberd had the power to split the sky. Ning Chen's blood and qi rolled violently. Even if his foundation was unparalleled, it was still difficult to make up for the huge gap in cultivation. "Drink!" Ning Chen shouted. Blood mist filled his body as he forced the knowing destiny state to come out. He clenched his left hand and the blood light shone brightly. Magnificent sword will spread out. The martial lord chopped down with his halberd, forcefully colliding with the raging lightning. With a bang, the lightning dissipated and the sword intent scattered. The saber and sword resonated, and the brilliance became even brighter. Ning Chen's figure flashed out. Knowing destiny in his left hand, riding the wind in his right hand. Alternating between heavy and fast, he fought against a peerless martial lord. "All troops, retreat." Seizing this opportunity, Marquis Triumphant Return's eyes swept across the battlefield. His expression sank as he shouted. Under the order, the army retreated. The Blackwater army retreated and quickly left the battlefield. The Evernight army wanted to give chase, but the light of the saber lit up the sky and split the two armies apart. The huge ravine was difficult for soldiers to cross. It blocked most of the Divine Sect's army and bought precious time for the Blackwater army to retreat. On the other side, seeing this, the martial lord flipped his palm and activated his supreme cultivation, wanting to mend the broken ground. Just at this moment, the momentum of Ning Chen's saber and sword suddenly changed. Riding the wind, the knowing destiny state sword suddenly turned and shone brightly. The martial lord was momentarily distracted. Blood spurted out from his chest and dyed his battle clothes red. The great Xia actually has such a young expert like you. You've surprised the martial lord. The martial lord collected his thoughts and swung his halberd to push away the person in front of him. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The martial lord's name is also well deserved. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied. There's no point in talking nonsense. Pay attention, the next move will take your lives. The martial lord's halberd circulated a vast amount of energy. Before he even used his move, the sky had already changed color and the earth shook. The final move of the 3 styles of imperial sky. A terrifying aura shook the 9 heavens and caused the wind and clouds to fall. Come. Ning Chen circulated his true qi. His saber and sword glowed with light. Marquis Triumphant Return's expression also became serious. He circulated his body with all his strength, preparing to face this move. However, just as he was about to use his move, Ning Chen's saber and sword spun rapidly, drawing out 2 sharp rays of light. Soon after, he brought the martial lord to the side and quickly left. We'll meet again someday. The sudden change stunned the martial lord. In the next moment, the saber and sword light were quickly swallowed by the rippling demonic aura and dissipated. Interesting. The martial lord restrained his aura and raised his hand to seal the sword wound on his chest. He no longer chased. He believed that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to exchange blows with this person. At that time, he hoped that he would still have the same luck as today. 100 miles away, the Blackwater army temporarily set up camp to rest. Ning Chen returned to his tent and focused on recovering his true qi. Today, he had personally experienced the strength of a martial lord. After a long time, Ning Chen opened his eyes and walked out of his tent. When he saw Marquis Triumphant Return listening to the battle report, he stopped and waited for a moment. How are your injuries? Marquis Triumphant Return dismissed the general in front of him and asked with concern. They're already fine. Ning Chen replied. The majority of the battle had been Marquis Triumphant Return blocking the martial lord's attack. He hadn't faced the martial lord head-on much, so his injuries weren't too heavy. How do you feel? Asked Marquis Triumphant Return. Very strong. Ning Chen honestly said. They were both experts of the 3 disasters, but compared to the disaster king he had faced before, the 2 of them were simply not on the same level. The title of the number 1 expert of the Divine Prefecture was not just in name but also in reality. Marquis Triumphant Return didn't make any further comments. He encouraged, don't be discouraged. There will always be a way. As long as you do your best, there will eventually be a time when you succeed. Ning Chen nodded. Thank you, Senior, for your teachings. Night rose, and the cold moonlight shone down, sprinkling a faint chill. After the battle, the soldiers still persisted in their posts in strict discipline. They patrolled, investigated, and prepared their troops. Each of them divided the work in an orderly manner. The Grand Xia's Blackwater army was one of the most elite armies in the world. Every soldier was a martial artist. Although they didn't have outstanding individual battle strength like the Second Hall of Eternal Night's Divine Martial Army, their strict discipline and tacit cooperation in battle made the Grand Xia's Blackwater army the most important opponent of the Eternal Night cult. For the Western battlefield to last until today, Marquis Triumphant Return and the Blackwater army's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Marquis. The patrolling soldiers of the Blackwater army bowed and saluted before continuing on their way. Ning Chen nodded in return. His eyes looked toward the west, the brilliance in his eyes constantly pulsing. Ever since he had explored the Eternal Night cult, he had been unable to feel at ease. That was why he was so impatient to eliminate the martial lord. Although the mysterious expert of the Eternal Night cult was still unable to come out, no one knew how long this period of time would last. If two experts of the three disasters appeared at the same time, in addition to Zhong Qianxiu who was extremely skilled in formations and techniques, the Grand Xia would truly be in danger. As for the calamity of the four extremes, it could be temporarily suppressed. Xian Ji's heart meridian was pierced by Meng Xuanji's sword. It was already impossible for him to survive. Moreover, Meng Xuanji had already promised him that before he found a way to repair the spatial boundary, she would personally go and guard the Ascension Valley to prevent the sacred grounds from sending people over again. After pondering for a long time, Ning Chen turned around and bid farewell to Marquis Kaixuan in the tent. Soon after, he headed toward Desolation City. To break through the martial lord's dual qi seas, there should be one more person who could do it. Right now, there was no other way, so he could only try. When fighting against an expert like the martial lord, any opportunity was fleeting. If he wanted to break through the martial lord's qi seas in battle, he must have absolute speed. According to the results of today's battle, even if he received Marquis Xieying's aqua shadow body, he was still a bit slower. In this world, there weren't many people who were faster than him under the three disasters. It could even be said that there was only one. Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue cultivated the travel scroll and controlled the world's fastest speed. He was also the only person who could do it now. Desolation City was close to the east of the Great Xia's territory. For an innate expert, it wasn't too far. Halfway through the night, Sui appeared and quickly flew past the city. Within Desolation City, it was as desolate as before. There were broken walls everywhere. On the ground and on the walls, sword marks could be seen everywhere, showing how different the sacred grounds of the sword were. Coming to Desolation City again, Ning Chen's heart was even more complicated. They met but didn't know each other. His previous expectations had gradually sunk into the abyss with disappointment again and again. After Mu Bai left, Desolation City became even more desolate. The number of swordsmen who came to Desolation City to learn the sword decreased by a lot. The current guardian of Desolation City was Jian Yi, a person who didn't like to talk. The three disciples of Desolation City were all rare geniuses. Just like their rankings, they were Jian Yi, Jian Er, and Jian San. Jian Yi was the first to step into the innate realm. With a sword, he opened the sky for 3,000 feet, shocking the world. Since then, he hadn't fought again. Jian Er followed closely behind. He stepped into the innate realm and never appeared again. The only one who hadn't stepped into the innate realm was Jian Luiying. He was still stuck at half-step innate realm, unable to advance. Desolation City had 3 innate experts. It could be said to be a place that couldn't be provoked. Furthermore, behind Desolation City was Mu Bai, who ignored cultivation base and whose path of the sword was unknown. As long as there wasn't water in their heads, no one would come looking for trouble. Ning Chen didn't hide his aura. He spread out his cultivation base and spiritual sense, looking for Mu Qingxue's figure. Jiming Marquis, you've overstepped your boundaries. Not long after, a calm voice resounded in the sky above Barren City as a warning. I've come to find Mu Qingxue, replied Ning Chen. Please leave. A broken sword appeared between heaven and earth, and its tone became a bit colder as it spoke. Please forgive me. If I don't see her, I won't leave, said Ning Chen seriously. Swish. The broken sword's sharpness was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, resplendent splendor streaked across. Bai Yi also appeared, holding the sword. His sword opened the sky. Desolation City's Jian Yi, after 2 years, once again attacked. His sword was so dazzling that the world immediately lost its color. Chapter 282. 3 years ago, a legend of the Grand Xia had broken the edge of the ancient sword. Now, only half of the ancient sword remained. It was no longer as sharp as before. However, Jian Yi had relied on this broken sword to reach the Xiantian realm. From then on, no one dared to say that after Mu Bai, there would be no more swords in Desolate City. Above Desolate City, Jian Yi didn't hold back at all. Jian Yi didn't like to waste words. His previous words were already an exception. His eyes were cold and his sword intent surged. Ning Chen raised his hand and pointed. Wind and snow floated down from the sky. Jian Yi's finger shook the cold blade. Sword intent constantly spread around the two of them. Below them, the broken walls of Desolate City were affected by the aftershocks and collapsed. The two strongest swordsmen of the younger generation clashed. They used their full strength as soon as they exchanged blows. Broken sword and fingers crisscrossed. Returning sword and condensing finger. It was another round of rapid exchanges. Jian Er and Jian Luiying also walked out of Desolate City. They looked at the two people fighting above. They didn't interfere and just watched quietly. They knew that with their eldest senior brother's personality, he wouldn't allow them to help. The sword was the king of weapons. How could he allow others to blaspheme it? The two people fighting above the city became more and more intense. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The rarely seen battle of swords was fully displayed under the moonlight. The Marquis of Jiming's cultivation in the sword isn't inferior to eldest senior brothers, said Jian Luiying with surprise. Watch carefully. It will help you break through to the Xiantian realm, reminded Jian Er. Yes, replied Jian Luiying. The sharpness of the battle was dazzling. Although this was the first time Ning Chen and Jian Yi had met, they weren't strangers to each other. In the past, when Fan Lingyue had led his army down south, Desolate City and the Grand Xia had clashed several times. Jian Yi's sword was very strong. Apart from Mu Bai and Yan Qinhuang, it was very difficult for anyone else to reach his level. Even Xian Tian of the Four Extreme Holy Lands, who had reached the fifth tribulation of the Xiantian realm, was slightly inferior in terms of comprehension of the sword. Ning Chen fought back with all his might. His saber didn't appear, but he met the sword with his sword. Mu Bai had taught him before, so he naturally had to show respect to the disciples of the Desolate City. Her sword finger touched the air and snow surged in the air. The sword intent raised to the peak coiled around Sui's body like a dragon swimming in the air. Finally, it turned into a sharp light that was as dazzling as the moon. Jian Yi also condensed a sword, the sword splitting open heaven and earth. Amidst an ancient brilliance, the broken sword was reforged, its cry reaching the 9 heavens. However, just as the two swords were about to clash, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. Without any warning, the shadow-bearing sword appeared between the two of them. Eldest senior brother, since this person has come looking for me, let me deal with him. Mu Qingxue turned to look at Jian Yi and calmly said. A light flashed in Jian Yi's eyes. He nodded without saying anything. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew his ancient sword and disappeared with a step. Let's go. Below, Jian Er called out, then turned and left. Jian Luiying followed and left with him. Since their junior sister was willing to come out, there was no need for them to stay any longer. The rest had nothing to do with them. Seeing Mu Qingxue appear, Ning Chen also withdrew the sharp light from his finger. Looking at the woman in front of him, he said, long time no see. Jiming Marquis, why have you personally come to Desolate City? Asked Mu Qingxue calmly. Let's go. This isn't the place to talk. Ning Chen smiled and his figure flashed, landing in Desolate City. Mu Qingxue's lotus steps moved lightly, landing as well. Let's go. Ning Chen wasn't in a rush to explain why he had come. Mu Qingxue didn't refuse and calmly followed. Desolate City couldn't be considered small. The two of them walked on the streets one after the other. Ning Chen would occasionally say something while Mu Qingxue would just quietly listen. She didn't reply, nor did she rush him. Sui and white robes gently fluttered in the night. They were a perfect match, but now they were like strangers to each other. Mu Qingxue, do we count as friends? Asked Ning Chen. The people of Desolate City never have any friends. This was the first time Mu Qingxue had spoken. I count as the first. Is that okay? Smiled Ning Chen. Mu Qingxue frowned and said, You are a martial Marquis of the Grand Xiao, and I am a descendant of the previous dynasty's imperial family. Do you think that's possible? Ning Chen thought for a moment and raised his right hand. The wind and clouds changed and strands of sword intent condensed. A moment later, they quickly dissipated. Senior Mu Bai is also a member of the previous dynasty's imperial family. He also gave me, a so-called martial Marquis of the Grand Xiao. So your reason can't be considered an excuse. Ning Chen smiled. Mu Qingxue stopped and looked at the former for a long time before continuing to walk. Whatever you say. Hearing this reply, Ning Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. He didn't say anything more. He couldn't be too impatient. Let's take it step by step. Time always passed quickly when they were together. Gradually, a trace of white appeared in the eastern sky. The night was about to pass and dawn was about to arrive. I'll return this scroll to you. When the two stopped, Mu Qingxue took out a golden scroll and calmly said. Ning Chen was startled. He took the life scroll and asked in surprise, You remembered the past? You said I gave you this scroll, said Mu Qingxue indifferently. Although he was a bit disappointed, Ning Chen still had a warm smile on his face and said, If you believe me, it means we're very close to becoming friends. Mu Qingxue didn't want to talk about this topic and changed the topic. Speak, why did you come to find me? When it came to business, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed and he slowly said, I want to ask you to help me deal with a martial lord. Find someone else. Mu Qingxue didn't even think about it and directly refused. Desolate City won't interfere in the war between the Eternal Night Cult and the Grand Xiao. It's not just the Eternal Night Cult and the Grand Xiao's problem anymore. Ning Chen sighed and told him the whole story, especially the four extreme Holy Lands' ambitions. The Eternal Night Cult and the four extreme Holy Lands have been in contact for a long time. Although Xianji died at Meng Xuanji's hands this time, the four extreme Holy Lands could send more people over at any time. According to Zhong Qianxiu and Xianji joining hands, the Eternal Night Cult and the four extreme Holy Lands have clearly reached an agreement. As long as a martial lord isn't eliminated, the passage between the two realms could open at any time. Since the four extreme Holy Lands could send Xianji over, they can send a second and a third. I can stop them this time, but next time, I might not be so lucky. After saying that, Ning Chen turned to the woman beside him and said seriously, When I was in the four extreme Holy Lands, I fought with the Disaster King and the Master of the four extreme Holy Lands. The Disaster King was easy to deal with, but the Master of the four extreme Holy Lands is a true expert. Once they descend, it will be a disaster for the entire Divine Prefecture, including Desolate City. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Mu Qingxue became silent. After a long while, he said, The strength of a martial lord is not something I can deal with alone. Ning Chen smiled and said, I'll go with you. If we lose, someone will have to cover our retreat. Mu Qingxue frowned and said, With your cultivation, how can you face a martial lord head-on? I have my ways, but I can't hold on for too long. So, you have to hurry. Otherwise, you can prepare to collect my corpse. Ning Chen smiled. When? Mu Qingxue asked. When my injuries are completely healed. However, in the next few days, you have to come with me to the academy. You and I have never fought together before. If we fight a martial lord directly, it will be hard to avoid problems. I will ask the dean to be our opponent for now and help guide us, Ning Chen replied. Mu Qingxue nodded and said, let's go. However, after taking 2 steps, Mu Qingxue stopped and asked, where's your sword? 2 years ago, it was destroyed in Ascension Valley. Now I use a blade, Ning Chen replied. This joke isn't funny at all, Mu Qingxue said indifferently. He waved his hand and a ray of light flew out from the depths of Desolate City. In the next instant, a red wooden box appeared and landed in front of the two. Great Yin's Azure Sparrow Sword. Ning Chen looked at the familiar red wooden box and immediately recognized it. Return it to me when you're done, Mu Qingxue said seriously. Heh. Ning Chen carried the wooden box and laughed, you should trust my character. Mu Qingxue didn't reply and directly walked forward. How far was Desolate City from the academy? If an ordinary person walked, they wouldn't be able to reach it in a month. However, for a Xiantian, it was only a matter of 2 to 4 hours. However, Ning Chen wasn't willing to fly, so the two could only walk forward step by step. 10 days later, the two of them hadn't even covered half of the originally 2 to 4 hours journey. Mu Qingxue couldn't bear it anymore. Looking at Ning Chen who was walking neither fast nor slow, he angrily said, how long are you going to dawdle for? I'm injured. Even if I get there, it's useless. There's no rush, Ning Chen slowly said. What he said was the truth. Previously, he had almost been killed by the mysterious expert from the Eternal Night sect. Even with the protection of the Phoenix blood, it had only saved his life. How could he have recovered so quickly? Then take your time. I'm going back. In a few days, I'll go to the academy myself. Mu Qingxue turned and prepared to leave. Zong Qianxiu, Ming Child, Martial Lord, let me think. Oh right, there's also that abbot from Mijia Mountain. So there are so many people who want my life. That's fine. In any case, I'm so heavily injured, and I don't know when I'll be able to recover. I'll just die. Ning Chen counted with his fingers and helplessly shook his head. Mu Qingxue clenched her fists. Anger flashed across her beautiful face. She turned and continued walking. Ning Chen lightly smiled. Fortunately, she still didn't know that the chaotic volume was in his hands. If those people wanted to find him, it wouldn't be easy. Half a month later, the two of them temporarily stopped in Tianluo City. Ning Chen received Kong Yu's letter. After reading it, he casually destroyed it. There was still no news of the ghost woman's whereabouts. It was as if she had completely disappeared from the Grand Xiao. Ming Child also didn't come out to cause trouble. It seemed his injuries this time were not light. As for the disaster victims in Great Wisdom City, the Hua Prince had personally gone to deal with them. There shouldn't be any problems. In the end, Xia Zi still didn't wake up. However, nothing else happened. In the end, there was more good news than bad news. This allowed him to be a bit more at ease and focus on dealing with the martial lord. Chapter 283. What would have taken mortals more than a month, the two of them walked for more than a month. They were no longer warriors, but the most ordinary mortals. Along the way, winter passed and spring came. Everything gradually recovered. The ground was covered in green dots, blooming with the beauty of life. Ning Chen cherished this unprecedented peaceful time. He didn't have to face repeated battles, injuries, and running around. He always had a warm smile on his face. Mu Qingxue couldn't bear to see him smile, so she kept walking in front. Out of sight, out of mind. Night fell, and the wilderness was getting colder. Ning Chen stopped and said softly, let's take a rest. Hearing this, Mu Qingxue also stopped and didn't say anything. She had already gotten used to it in the past month. The bonfire in the wilderness kept jumping, dispelling the coldness of early spring. Although the two of them were Xiantian masters, they weren't afraid of the cold. Ning Chen looked at the bonfire in a daze. He knew he couldn't delay for much longer. The injuries on his body had almost healed, and the journey to the academy was almost over. Mu Qingxue sat beside the bonfire quietly. She looked at the man in front of her through the flickering light of the fire. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a faint brilliance. She wasn't stupid. How could she not see that he was stalling for time? Although in her eyes, it was meaningless. Have your injuries healed? Mu Qingxue asked. Yes. Ning Chen came back to his senses and sighed in his heart. He nodded and said, "It's almost done." Mu Qingxue thought it would be "no" again. She didn't expect to get a positive answer for the first time. Mu Qingxue was startled. She wanted to say something, but subconsciously swallowed the words. "We'll leave tomorrow morning," Ning Chen said with a smile on his face. "Yes." Mu Qingxue responded and didn't say anything else. The quiet night gradually passed. When the sky in the east lit up, Ning Chen waved his hand and extinguished the bonfire. He stood up and said, "Let's go." The next moment, two white lights streaked across the sky and rushed toward the academy. In the Tiansang Academy, the teacher turned his head and looked into the distance. His old eyes were filled with waves, without any light. 1,000 years had exhausted all of the old man's strength, but he was still trying his best to hold on until the day of destiny arrived. Not far away, in another small courtyard, Dean Tiansang also felt the two auras rushing over from the east and walked out of the wooden house. Moments later, Ning Chen and Mu Qingxue appeared and landed on the ground together. "You've already decided?" "I should have said it before. If you don't have confidence, don't take risks." Dean Tiansang looked at the two of them and said calmly. "Dean, please advise me," Ning Chen said seriously. The Chengying sword and the Yin green sparrow were unsheathed at the same time. The sound of the swords rang throughout the academy. Extremely cold air turned the surrounding area into a world of ice and snow. At the same time, Xia Zi, who had been in a deep sleep, woke up in the Haowu manor of the imperial city of Great Xia. She opened her eyes and sat up on the bed. Her long black and white hair fell down, piercing one's heart. "Oh. You finally woke up." Luofei's lips curled up in a smile that no one could understand. "Royal brother." Xia Xinyu, who had just brought in the medicine, saw the figure sitting up on the bed. Her eyes flashed with excitement as she cried out in joy. Not long after, the news of King Hao's awakening spread throughout the imperial city. Many people secretly let out a sigh of relief, especially those of the Confucian sect. Ever since the last morning court session, the representative of the Confucian sect in the imperial court, Minister Guanglu, had clearly incurred the wrath of the current Emperor Xiao. However, due to the Grand Sage's face, he hadn't publicly shed all pretense of cordiality. The Confucian sect's influence in the imperial court was now in imminent danger. Fortunately, King Haowu had woken up in time. Perhaps he could salvage this unfavorable situation. However, by the time all the important figures of the Confucian sect had gathered at the Haowu manor, Xia Zi had already left. In the Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun looked at the figure kneeling in front of her with a grave expression. "Have you thought it through?" "I've already made up my mind." "I hope mother won't stop me," Xia Zi slowly said. Zhang Sun fell silent. After a long time, she sighed and waved her hand. "Go." "Thank you, mother." Xia Zi respectfully kowtowed, then stood up and left. Behind Zhang Sun, a faint trace of worry flashed through Qing Ning's eyes. She could sense that King Haowu had changed quite a bit after waking up this time. In the depths of the imperial palace, the divine artifact of the empire floated up and down. Boundless karmic luck filled the air. At this moment, a black-robed figure walked over. Not long after, he disappeared into the purple mist. A rumbling sound rang out as the door opened. A moment later, it closed with a bang. Since then, there had been no news of King Haowu. The purple mist swirled, and a huge stone door vaguely appeared. The Forbidden Land was once one of the Grand Xia's strongest trump cards. However, after nearly 1,000 years of evolution, it had now become the most dangerous Forbidden Land in the world. Xia Zi entered. This was the first time someone had entered after 300 years. In the abyss of darkness of the Eternal Night sect, there was still no movement from the coffins in front of the huge devil statue. Only a powerful aura spread out, filling the entire abyss of darkness. Zhong Qianxiu walked over and respectfully knelt down, quietly waiting. In the Eternal Night sect, the various palace masters all had equal status. None of them were above the others. The fact that the second palace master was kneeling was shocking. Suddenly, a dark aura that surpassed heaven and earth appeared, suppressing everything. It was both noble and cold. The instant it appeared, it caused everything to tremble and fall silent. Zhong Qianxiu, you're too slow. A voice suddenly rang out. It was impossible to tell where it was coming from, but it gave off an unprecedented pressure that surpassed any expert. It made people feel insignificant. Master, please forgive me. Zhong Qianxiu kowtowed. What about the Void Scroll? How's your search going? There's still no news. Due to the Chaos Scroll, the Eternal Night Divine Scripture is being disrupted. It might take some time before we can find any traces of it, replied Zhong Qianxiu. Do it as quickly as possible. I hope you won't disappoint me next time. Yes, replied Zhong Qianxiu. The dark aura scattered, and a blue figure landed. It was Xianji, who should have died at Meng Xuanji's hands. A sword had pierced through his heart. Even a Xiantian shouldn't be able to save him. This scene was truly incomprehensible. Zhong Qianxiu stood up and narrowed his eyes at Xianji, who was gradually recovering. Palace Master. Xianji knelt down. Stand up. You're still the four extreme holy lands Xianji. Don't reveal any flaws, said Zhong Qianxiu. I understand, Xianji said respectfully. Inform the masters of the four extreme holy lands to prepare to open a path between the two realms, said Zhong Qianxiu. Understood. Xianji accepted the order, got up, and quickly left. Within the Sky Azure Academy, the twin swords grew sharper with each passing day. Even Dean Tianzong felt a powerful pressure. Ning Chen's injuries had finally healed. His body had recovered, and his injuries were gone. For the first time in 2 years, he was able to use his full strength. With 3 scrolls and an unparalleled foundation, combined with Mu Qingshue's peak speed, even someone as strong as Dean Tianzong had no choice but to fully focus. His palms clashed with the twin swords. Although both sides were holding back and hadn't used up all of their moves, the sharpness of their battle still caused sand to fill the air, covering the sky. Dayan's azure sparrow sword hummed unceasingly. It was light as if it was heavy. Mu Qingshue's figure was so fast that it was hard to see him. His sword couldn't be seen, but it was already the reincarnation of a dozen swords. Half an hour later, the two sides stopped. Dean Tianzong waved his hand to disperse the sand and the cracked ground slowly closed. I can only help you this much. However, a martial lord's ability is above mine. You must be careful. If the battle situation changes, don't force it. Quickly withdraw. Thank you, Dean. Ning Chen bowed respectfully. Ning Chen, come here. At this moment, an old voice rang out. It was a hoarse voice. You also come here. At the same time, Mu Qingxue heard his master's voice. Ning Chen was startled. He looked at the small courtyard in the distance. He didn't understand why his master was looking for them. Mu Qingxue narrowed his eyes. He didn't think the Sky Azure Academy would have such an expert. Master is calling you. Go over. Dean Tianzong clearly heard his master's voice and reminded them. Ning Chen nodded and quickly walked towards his master's courtyard with Mu Qingxue. In the small courtyard, the master rarely came out of his room. Looking at the two people walking towards him, a faint tiredness flashed across his old face. At the same time, in the great heavenly edict palace, Xia Mingri was about to stand up when he suddenly staggered. Black blood flowed out of his mouth and he directly fell back. "Your Majesty!" The Grand Advisor and the others were shocked. They immediately went forward and anxiously said, "Ah! Ah!" Black blood flowed out of Xia Mingri's mouth. He just said 2 words and then fainted. "Your Majesty!" The officials panicked. They didn't know why this happened. Outside the heavenly edict palace, many maids, eunuchs, and patrolling guards saw this scene. At this moment, they were scared out of their wits. They were afraid that they would be killed. The Grand Advisor stepped forward and used his innate qi to protect Xia Mingri's last breath. Then he ordered in a deep voice, "Someone, quickly call the imperial physician. If anyone dares to say anything, kill their entire family." Yes. A hidden dark dragon guard appeared. His figure flashed and disappeared in the palace. The emperor of the great Xia dynasty was in danger. The officials were in a panic. The Grand Advisor's eyes were filled with killing intent. He quickly calculated the possible culprit. The biggest suspect was definitely the Eternal Night sect. However, the people around Xia Mingri were all strictly interrogated. The possibility of a spy from the sect was very small. The imperial physician quickly came. After taking the pulse, his face changed. "Please cooperate and help to seal the emperor's heart meridian." The imperial physician took out his silver needles and quickly used them on several important acupoints of Xia Mingri to disperse the poison. The Grand Advisor listened to the imperial physician and used his innate qi to protect the heart meridian to prevent the poison from entering the heart. The imperial physician's surname was Li. He was the most skilled imperial physician in the great Xia dynasty. He was not inferior to the sages of ancient medicine. However, the poison in Xia Mingri's body was obviously not ordinary. When he used the needles, hot sweat kept dripping from his forehead. He seemed to be abnormally strenuous. After an hour, he put away the silver needles and said in a deep voice, "I have done my best. I hope you will be mentally prepared to appoint a new emperor for the great Xia dynasty as soon as possible." Chapter 284. The news of the Xia emperor being poisoned and on the brink of death still spread. There were too many spies in the imperial palace, so it was impossible to seal off such a huge commotion. All the powers were shocked. Even Zhong Qianxiu of the Eternal Night Church was startled when he received the report. He clearly didn't know why such a change had occurred. Everyone guessed that it was the Eternal Night Church's doing. If the Xia Emperor died, the Eternal Night Church would be the one to benefit the most. In less than 4 years, the Grand Xia's throne was once again in danger. Xia Mingri's life was hanging by a thread, but he only had one prince. He was only 3 years old and couldn't take the throne. The Grand Xia fell into chaos. At this time, the Minister of Imperial Wealth stood up in front of all the officials and the 2 dukes, suggesting that they ask King Haowu to temporarily take over the throne. As soon as this suggestion was made, the Confucian officials immediately agreed, all of them saying that this was the best method. In the Zhengguang Palace, Xia Mingri, who had been unconscious for an entire day, suddenly woke up. His eyes were unprecedentedly bright, and his mind was clear once more. The signs of terminal lucidity were so clear that the hearts of the imperial physicians, who had been waiting by the side, suddenly skipped a beat. "Issue an edict," said Xia Mingri. "Yes." The imperial physicians knelt on the ground, deeply bowing their heads. Hearing that His Majesty had woken up, the officials immediately gathered in the Zhengguang Palace, waiting for an audience. However, they didn't receive an audience with the emperor. Instead, they received an edict to pass on the throne. In the depths of the imperial palace, the national treasure floated up and down. Outside the violet mist, Xia Mingri walked over step by step, black blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, dyeing his black dragon robe red. The end of the emperor, the national treasure wailed, as if it was saying goodbye to the person in front of it. Within the violet mist, the stone door was still tightly shut. Those who entered had experienced the pain of life and death and didn't know what was happening outside. Imperial ancestors, I've done my best. I've really done my best. In front of the national treasure, Xia Mingri knelt down and slowly closed his eyes. Tears silently flowed down his face. He was powerless and unwilling. Zhang Sun, Grand Tutor, and Duke Jingwu quickly walked over. Seeing the figure kneeling in the violet mist, they all felt pain in their hearts. Mother, do you think I'm a wise ruler? Xia Mingri's voice carried a trace of exhaustion. Of course His Majesty is a wise ruler. Just like our ancestors, he deserves to be called a wise ruler, Zhang Sun replied, holding back his tears. That day, the Jiming Marquis asked me to be a good emperor, and I did my best to do so. I did not go back on my words. As soon as his words fell, Xia Mingri covered his mouth and coughed violently. Black blood continued to overflow and dripped on the ground. Big brother, the throne was originally yours. Now, I'll return it to you. His final words echoed in the world. Behind the stone door, Xia Zi, who was still going through the trials of life and death, sensed the connection of his bloodline. He opened his eyes abruptly, and his mind trembled. His cultivation backfired on him, and his long black and white hair danced in the air. He showed signs of spirit energy deviation once again. Rumbling sounds rang out. The Grand Advisor and Duke Jingwu's expressions changed at the same time as they tried to stop him. No. However, it was already too late. The huge stone door slowly opened, and Xia Zi, who was dressed in a black robe, forced his way out. Boundless gloomy aura surged and was about to spread out, but it was forced back by the majestic fate of Great Xia. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The gloomy aura that was blocked by Xia Zi's demonic aura seemed to have found a vent and crazily poured into his body. Half of his long hair was dyed white, but Xia Zi didn't seem to notice. Looking at the kneeling figure in front of him, his heart was in pain. Mingri. The person kneeling on the ground could no longer hear the heart-wrenching call. A monarch had reached the end of his life, and he had no regrets. Ugh. Xia Zi felt a sharp pain in his heart. He stepped forward and picked up Xia Mingri, then walked out step by step. Eternal Night God Sect, within the abyss of darkness, a stone coffin trembled. Not long after, Zhong Qianxiu, Xian Ji, and the others flew out and rushed toward Ascension Valley. At the same time, Wu Jun also moved out. 50 kilometers away, Marquis Triumphant Return immediately sensed it and stepped forward to stop them. Marquis Triumphant Return, your opponent is me. A powerful figure appeared in front of Marquis Triumphant Return and said indifferently. Eternal Knight's #1 Divine General. Seeing the armor on the person in front of him, Marquis Triumphant Return's expression sank. He hadn't expected this person to still be alive. Marquis Triumphant Return, you mustn't lose to anyone else. Wu Jun laughed loudly, then turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Ascension Valley. Tiansang Academy's principal took a step forward. Not long after, he was already several hundred kilometers away. Wu Jun and Tiansang's first confrontation was a terrifying battle. They were both peerless experts of the Three Calamities realm. When they attacked, it was a terrifying scene. The principal was very strong, but Wu Jun was stronger. With the sky desolate halberd in hand, he was unrivaled. The principal had once said that there was no one in this world who could stop Wu Jun. Even he couldn't. So, the principal didn't seek victory. He only sought to leave a chance for those who came after him to win. The aftermath of the battle destroyed everything in the surroundings. Neither of them held back. Each of their attacks was filled with killing intent. The battle became more and more intense. Their bodies were dyed red. When their attacks collided, a bloody light shone. Principal Tian-sang, you've made Wu Jun have a whole new level of respect for you. Seeing that time was slowly passing, Wu Jun didn't want to drag it out any longer. He raised his halberd and raised his true essence to the peak. Boundless evil energy spread out, turning everything within 10 miles into a boundary of death. 3 styles of imperial heaven, sky desolate god destroying. The principal's expression became serious. He raised his palm, and a grand aura surged around him. He soared into the sky. Righteous and evil energies collided. The two of them retreated at the same time, their mouths red. Within the dust and sand, a terrifying wound appeared on the principal's right chest. Evil energy passed through his body, bringing forth a large waterfall of blood. In the end, the evil energy suppressed the righteous energy. After that one move, Tian-sang was heavily injured and defeated. It's over. Wu Jun chopped down with his halberd, about to end this battle. In that moment of crisis, 2 dazzling lights flew over from the distant horizon. Sword and saber both cried out, charging toward Wu Jun. Wu Jun's halberd met the incoming sword and saber. With a loud explosion, he retreated half a step. It's you. The white figure that entered his eyes was so familiar. Wu Jun's expression turned cold. He hadn't thought they would meet again so quickly. You've come too late. If you had joined hands with him, perhaps we might have had a chance. But now, we don't even have that chance, said Wu Jun coldly. Perhaps. But whether there's a chance or not, we'll only know after we fight. Ning Chen went up and helped the principal up. With a step, he left the battlefield. Principal, leave the rest to us. After speaking, Ning Chen's figure flashed and he once again returned to the battlefield. Looking at the Wu Jun in front of him, sword and saber in hand, he said, please. Then let me see where your confidence comes from. Wu Jun waved his halberd. His ferocious aura surged, splitting the sky and breaking the mountains. Ning Chen retreated and his figure instantly transformed. Light flickered and his figure was like an illusion. Behind Wu Jun, the great azure sparrow sword hummed. It was light as if it weighed heavy. With the power to break the sky, it suddenly chopped down. Heaven wasteland met it head-on. With a loud explosion, sand flew everywhere. Your foundation is not bad. However, you're still too young. Wu Jun's halberd spun in his hand. Majestic power surged out, immediately pushing back the person in front of him. Ning Chen stabilized his body, suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body. He narrowed his eyes. Wu Jun was indeed a Wu Jun. Even after a huge battle, his strength was still undeniably strong. Earth Scroll. Ning Chen stabbed his sword into the ground. Immediately, the earth trembled. Surging sword intent surged out, boundless and endless. It turned into a soaring sword light, its power shocking the world. Heavenly Scroll. Wu Jun coldly snorted. His halberd swung in all directions. With a loud explosion, the 10,000 swords shattered and disappeared. Seeing that his opponent was unshakable, Ning Chen stepped on the water again. The remembrance blade in his left hand rose with the wind. It was as light as a leaf in the wind, and as fast as a flying swan. The sound of the halberd clashing rang out incessantly. The blade spun like a willow, moving as soon as it touched it. Fast and strong, the battle of martial arts was so brilliant. The light of the halberd and the light of the blade constantly swept out. It was sharp and beautiful, mesmerizing. Heaven Scroll. The blade that was as fast as the wind suddenly changed direction. Blue light flourished, and its power seemed to split the sky and earth as it suddenly chopped down. Boom! With a loud explosion, Wu Jun's foot sank 3 inches into the ground. Cracks appeared and spread out. Satisfying. Wu Jun laughed loudly. He turned his palm, condensed yuan, and slapped out. Ning Chen retreated. At the same time, frost condensed on his sword. When he slashed out, frost wildly surged. With a bang, his palm energy scattered the frost sword intent. When it encountered the obstruction of the saber light, it froze for a brief moment. Bai Yi moved aside, dodging this powerful palm. I didn't expect you to be so capable. What a pity. A trace of regret flashed across the Wu Jun's face. It's not a pity. As long as Wu Jun is willing to give in a bit more, even if we fight until the sky darkens, Junior will accompany you. Ning Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Ha! Wu Jun indifferently smiled. His aura surged out, and a tyrannical pressure caused the space around him to constantly wail. Ning Chen's expression became serious. His sword and saber both hummed. He knew the true battle had only just begun. Sword snow 3,000 miles. Seeing the Wu Jun become serious, Ning Chen didn't dare be careless. Frost condensed on his sword, and his figure flickered. Clang! Sword and halberd clashed. Wu Jun didn't move. Ning Chen's left hand quickly grasped his saber. White light flickered as he slashed it out. If I wasn't in a hurry, I really would have liked to see how powerful your martial arts are. Now, back down. As his tone changed, an evil aura suddenly exploded. His demonic might shocked the world. Bai Yi was immediately sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. Dozens of meters away, Ning Chen landed on the ground and retreated several steps. His eyes were abnormally heavy. Was this the Wu Jun's true strength? It was truly inhumanly strong. Just at that moment, a ray of light flashed in the distance. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the battlefield. Am I late? Mu Qingxue looked at Ning Chen's blood-stained chest and softly asked. You're all right. However, if you were a bit later, you really would have been able to collect my corpse. Ning Chen's expression was extremely serious as he joked. Your sword. Mu Qingxue ignored that joke that wasn't funny in the slightest. He waved his hand and threw over a dazzling azure sword. Ning Chen caught the sword. Instantly, blood-red lines spread out from the sword. Bursts of bloody mist surged into the sky, and an abnormally powerful aura quickly recovered and returned to the world. Wu Jun, the battle just now doesn't count. From now on, let's start again. Chapter 285. When the Knowing Destiny sword appeared, the three origins of thunder, wind, and ice surged and howled. Outside of the origins, there was a strange aura spreading. It was the righteous aura of the Confucian school. The Confucian school was good at forging weapons, and as the founder of the Confucian school, the headmaster was the true first in 1,000 years. The sword lacked one of the four origins, so the headmaster used the righteous aura of the Confucian school to make up for it, allowing the Knowing Destiny sword to appear perfectly in advance. The outcome of this battle was too important. Not only was it related to the battle between the Xia kingdom and the Eternal Night cult, it was also related to the safety of the divine prefecture. Therefore, even the headmaster, who usually ignored worldly affairs, made an exception and helped to make up for it. The headmaster said that the sword can only be maintained for less than 15 minutes. Let's end this quickly, Mu Qingxue reminded. Understood. Ning Chen responded. His feet moved, and light flashed. Dazzling lightning and wind filled the eyes. After a moment, the cyan sword slashed down, and ice and snow were scattered. Wu Jun raised his hand to block, but with a loud bang, the ground collapsed. Waves surged and sand filled the air. It was a scene of destruction. After the sword fell, the saber light fell down with great momentum. The saber and the sword shook the halberd. Under Wu Jun's feet, the ground caved in by another foot and fell apart hundreds of feet away. Satisfying, huh? Seeing that his opponent's strength had changed again, Wu Jun's fighting spirit soared. The Sky Baron halberd exploded and shook. Ning Chen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Every move of his was as heavy as Mount Tai. Heavenly Scroll, unparalleled in the world. The reappearance of the Heavenly Scroll was even more powerful. The saber light poured down, and the blue light was dazzling. Like a flood, the world lost its color. Wu Jun turned his palm to block the saber light. With a bang, the distance between the two was suddenly pulled apart. 1,000 Earth Revolutions. Ning Chen stomped and activated the Earth Scroll. Immediately, the broken ground rose up violently. In the next moment, it closed and swallowed Wu Jun. Good. With a loud shout, Wu Jun condensed his aura with the spinning halberd slash. With a rumbling sound, the closed ground cracked and fell down. At that moment, Mu Qingxue, who had not moved, flashed and disappeared. Qingying was unsheathed, and the sky and the earth were aligned. In the instant the sword pierced towards the Dantian Qi Si in front of the martial lord's chest. Good reaction. With a clang, the genuine Qi in front of the martial monarch surged, blocking the Qingying sword. Shortly after, Tian Huang slashed down, attacking the woman in front of him. Boom! The cyan sword radiance arrived in front of him and blocked the tip of the halberd. Amidst the sandstorm, the saber was as fast as lightning as it sliced through his throat. Stand down! The martial lord's eyes turned cold as he shouted in a deep voice. Killing light rippled on the ominous halberd, and immediately, the two of them were both sent flying. Scroll of Earth. Ning Chen landed on the ground. After taking 3 steps back, he stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground and used the heavenly book again. In an instant, the sword that flew backward rushed into the sky like rain. The ground collapsed, and only the green light of the sword was left in the world. It was the same move, but after it reappeared, it had a completely different might. The martial lord didn't dare to be careless. His expression turned serious, and the evil aura around his body spread. He quickly used his most powerful move. 3 moves of the Imperial Sky, 9 evils breaking sun chop. The 2 moves collided. The evil move destroyed all the sword radiance in the sky and headed towards the person in front of him. Ning Chen stomped his foot and his body turned into a blur, dodging the halberd radiance. Several shadows merged into one, and then he arrived in front of the martial lord. Taking advantage of the martial lord's recovery, the knowing destiny sword hummed, and with a thunderous momentum, it broke towards the latter's Dantian Sea of Qi. Too slow. The martial lord said. He turned his palm and the boundless evil power quickly gathered, and then rushed out. The palm power was so close that it was already impossible to avoid it. However, Ning Chen didn't plan to dodge it. The frost on his sword surged, and with 30% more power, the sharp sword gathered and rushed forward. The palm power swept over, and with a loud bang, blood splashed out, and Bai Yi flew several feet away. Ah! A sword radiance broke through the evil aura. The martial lord didn't expect it and couldn't react in time. He saw the sword radiance enter his body, and a dazzling blood flower appeared. The sword exploded, and the flaw was the first. The moment the Dantian Sea of Qi sealed the injury, thousands of sword Qi gathered in the sky. A huge pair of wings appeared behind Mu Qingxue's back, and before he could blink, the beautiful figure in white had already disappeared. The sword arrived in an instant, and no one had time to react. It went straight for the martial lord's Dantian Sea of Qi. Unexpectedly, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed the sword edge, blocking the sword. Blood flowed out from the gap between the hand and the sword edge, dripping onto the ground. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue flapped his wings, and the sword edge went in another inch. What a pity! The martial lord's demonic aura surged, and the evil aura spread out, sending the former flying. Mu Qingxue. Although he was worried, Ning Chen didn't dare to be distracted. His sword and saber flashed, and the sharpness was raised again. The sword and halberd clashed. The wind whistled, and the thunder was like 1,000 years old. It spread around the two, and they fought with each other. Mountains were split open, and extremely cold air spread out at the same time. The sky was filled with snow, and it was a strange and beautiful scene. The intensity of the battle was shocking. Ning Chen's aura was raised to an unprecedented peak state, and he used all 3 scrolls. With the help of his sword and saber, he was going to break the legend of the martial lord. The weapons clanged, and the saber and sword alternated, fast and slow. The heavenly book's martial arts shone, and he turned defense into offense, forcefully suppressing the martial lord's moves. The light in the martial lord's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his battle intent became higher and higher. The opponent in front of him made him excited. Although his cultivation was lacking, his foundation was unprecedentedly strong, and he could barely be compared with those who were half a step into the 3 disasters realm. In battle, cultivation was never absolute. Just like the legends of Wuxia, although there was still a gap between the young man in front of him and the legend of Wuxia, he was already very close. The power of the saber was sometimes fast and sometimes heavy, and the blue light was extremely magnificent. With the heavenly scroll, the unrestrained king of weapons displayed its sharpness, and the air twisted and trembled along with it. As the saber and halberd clashed, the cyan sword flew out. Lightning gathered at the tip of the sword, and it was earth-shattering. The martial lord was already on guard. He condensed energy in his left palm, and with a clang, he blocked the sword. However, just at that moment, the righteous energy on the sword exploded, and the aura around the martial lord suddenly shook violently without warning. In that instant, the sword in Ning Chen's hand suddenly condensed frost, and pierced through the palm in front of him, directly piercing into the martial lord's chi. Impudent. The moment he succeeded, the martial lord forcefully suppressed his chaotic aura, and slashed with his halberd. Ferocious might roared, threatening to take one's life. Ning Chen hurriedly waved his saber to block the demonic might, but he was still sent flying, and blood splattered on the ground. In that instant, before he could see clearly, the beautiful figure had already arrived in front of the martial lord. The shadow-bearing sword flew out, piercing into the flaw left by the previous attack. Ugh! The martial lord groaned, and retreated half a step. His aura started to become unstable again. Sword leaving traces. The wings on Mu Qingshue's back disappeared, fusing back into his body. The shadow-bearing sword quickly spun, and went in another inch. With a bang, a shockwave violently surged. The chi in front of the martial lord's chest collapsed, and a berserk aura spread out. Mu Qingxue bore the brunt of it, and was sent dozens of meters away. Din Tian Tsung, you. The martial lord held his heavily injured chi, and retreated several steps. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was too careless, and only cared about fighting. He didn't notice that his body had been injected with the righteous energy of the Confucian school. Are you alright? Ning Chen looked at Mu Qingxue and asked. I'm not dead yet. Mu Qingxue wiped the blood from his mouth, and replied. Heh, now we'll have to fight with our lives on the line. Be careful. Ning Chen drew his saber and sword, and focused his attention. He understood that the next battle would be a true life and death battle. Mu Qingxue also focused. Looking at the heavily injured martial lord in front of him, his beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. You've angered the martial lord. The martial lord forcefully suppressed his injuries, and took a step forward. A berserk aura spread out, and immediately, the sun lost its color, and the world turned dark. The demonic might shook the heavens, and continued to rise. Ning Chen felt uneasy, and didn't dare to wait any longer. His feet moved, and he was the first to attack. The life scroll revolved, and the ice source within the sword was activated. An extremely cold aura spread out, and the surrounding 1,000 miles turned into a world of ice and snow. In the next moment, Sui disappeared, and Ling appeared in front of the martial lord. His sword split the sky open, and its power was unparalleled. Mu Qingxue followed behind, and the shadow-bearing sword pierced toward the martial lord's heart. The martial lord pushed the two away, and his cultivation continued to crazily rise. The true qi of the destroyed qi was forcibly absorbed by the other qi. The terrifying power shocked the world. Ning Chen stamped his foot, and stopped his retreat. His figure flew out, and the pure white saber shined with a blue light as he slashed down. The saber and halberd clashed, and the power was completely different. Ning Chen's mouth turned red, and a trace of blood flowed out. He took half a step back, and the wind and thunder on his sword changed, and he stabbed forward. The martial lord grabbed the tip of the sword. Blood dripped down, and the azure sword was unable to move an inch further. In that instant, Mu Qingshue's figure appeared again, and he accurately stabbed toward the martial lord's heart. Ugh! The martial lord spat out blood, and he took a step back. He could no longer suppress his anger, and he endured the pain in his chest, and forcefully counterattacked. Junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. 3 styles of imperial heaven, desolate heaven-destroying gods. The berserk evil power suddenly spread out, and with a bang, the two were both sent flying. The instant they landed, they vomited blood. The martial lord's strength didn't decrease in the slightest even though his qi was destroyed. The evil power that completely erupted was even more powerful. Ning Chen cultivated 3 heavenly tomes, and his foundation was extraordinary, so he was still able to hold on. However, Mu Qingshue's foundation wasn't his forte, and after being heavily injured, he was already unable to hold on. Take the principal and leave first. I'll cover you, said Ning Chen as he glanced at Mu Qingxue. Humph, you think you can leave? The martial lord coldly snorted, and condensed his true qi. Boundless true qi sword, and it pierced through the clouds, annihilating everything. Destruction of the universe. The final move of the 3 styles of imperial sky appeared for the first time. Boundless demonic qi crazily spread out, and the power of destruction caused the earth within several dozen miles to shake, and the sky to collapse. Go! Seeing that the evil power was unstoppable, Ning Chen furiously shouted. His silhouette moved, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. His sword and saber joined together, and thunder rumbled. Violent mist and raging snow followed, and the heaven and earth felt it, and they all trembled. Heaven and earth in harmony, life and death defying fate. The sword and saber left his hand, carrying the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, saber light and boundless sword intent rushed out, crossing the 9 heavens and the netherworld. Everything in the world collapsed and fell apart. Seeing the figure blocking in front of him without any hesitation, Mu Qingxue was startled. Soon after, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and it gradually became gentler. It was so beautiful that even the heaven and earth lost their color. Huge sword feathers gathered, and in the next moment, the white figure disappeared. Like a shooting star, it quickly crashed into the center of the darkness. Chapter 286. Seeing the figure disappear into the dark evil aura, Ning Chen's pupils fiercely shrank. While he was shocked, he increased his speed and rushed past her. However, at that moment, the 2 ultimate techniques collided and the surrounding world violently collapsed. Ning Chen, who was unable to catch up, was immediately sent flying by the terrifying shockwave. Blood splashed across the sky. Within the violent sand, a beautiful figure appeared. In the next moment, blood splashed and dyed her white clothes red. In front of her, the shadow-bearing sword was stabbed into the martial lord's chest. Blood continuously flowed down the sword. Mu Qingxue. Ning Chen struggled to get up and rushed forward. He supported Mu Qingxue and retreated 30 meters away. The heavenly Tao is merciless, forget your emotions. Blood flowed out of the martial lord's mouth and he retreated several steps. Blood spurted out from his chest and dyed the sky red. All of you deserve to die. The heavily injured martial lord's ferocious nature erupted. He stopped his retreat and his evil aura exploded out. The demonic aura was vast and mighty and it quickly spread. The world that was already riddled with holes once again suffered a calamity. Sand flew everywhere and rocks fell. Just at that critical moment, outside of the battlefield, an aged figure flashed and appeared in the battlefield. The wound on his chest was still bleeding. With a flip of his palm, the two of them were sent out of the battlefield and he hoarsely said, "Do not forget today's lesson. From today onwards, the Grand Xia will be entrusted to you." The last words were the seniors' teachings to the juniors. They were also instructions to never meet again in the Yellow Springs. Dean. Seeing the aged figure blocking the demonic aura, Ning Chen's heart trembled. As he was sent flying, the corners of his eyes unconsciously became moist. Tian Huang pierced through his body. Dean Tian Sung did not dodge. He flipped his palm and the golden light around his body continuously spread, quickly dispersing the evil aura in the air. "Martial Lord, I did not think that in the end, it would be the two of us who would enter the Yellow Springs together." The golden brilliance turned into chains, locking up the surrounding heaven and earth. Swaying noises reverberated under the 9 heavens, resounding through a circumference of 10 miles. The martial lord's expression greatly changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. A single thought proves the heavens, 9 splendor illuminates the heavens. A golden pillar of light rushed into the heavens, exceeding any fluctuations in the past. It pierced through heaven and earth, dyeing the entire 9 heavens golden. It was boundless and endless, shocking the world. In the Ascension Valley, Zhong Qianqiu, who had yet to see a martial lord, suddenly felt a strong sense of unease when he saw the pillar of light in the sky. Under the pillar of light, blood gushed out from the martial lord's body, and his vitality quickly dissipated. "I can't die yet, I can't die yet." "Ha!" The martial lord shouted loudly. With a flip of his palm, he shattered the second Qi Si. The berserk demonic Qi shook and broke free from the bindings. Then, he quickly rushed towards the east. The martial lord who was burning the last of his life energy was so fast that no one could see him clearly. All they saw was a dazzling meteor streaking across the sky, disappearing several thousand miles away. "Martial lord." Zhong Qianqiu's expression changed drastically. Looking at the approaching figure, the shock in his heart was incomparable. How could this be? The rumbling sounds of battle resounded in the Ascension Valley. Meng Xuanji was inside the formation set up by Zhong Qianqiu and Xian Ji. The 4 fire god generals and the 4 evil gods worked together to protect the formation. "Zhong Qianqiu, hurry." The martial lord stopped and staggered. He vomited a mouthful of blood and urged tiredly. "Xian Ji." Zhong Qianqiu suppressed all his thoughts and glanced at the man beside him. "Yes." Xian Ji accepted the order and immediately walked to the border between the 2 realms. His hands quickly formed seals and a strange light bloomed around him. On the other side of the realm, the master of the 4 extreme realms immediately sensed something and said, "It has begun." Ha! On both sides of the 2 realms, the 4 realm masters, the disaster king, and the martial lord all circulated their true yuan at the same time. Immediately, heaven and earth changed color. Dark clouds covered the sun and thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning struck down, punishing those who defied the heavens. However, both sides were prepared. Zhong Qianqiu's Yin talisman flew out, forming a net that blocked the lightning. On the other side, Xian Tian swung his sword and slashed the sky. The lightning that was falling down suddenly dissipated. Within the formation, Meng Xuanji's expression changed. The killing intent in her sword grew even stronger and she rushed out of the formation. However, the axe blocked her path and the evil god's might was shocking. Meng Xuanji, who had yet to fully recover, was trapped in the formation. Under the gloomy sky, a thunderstorm fell. The heavens seemed to have sensed the calamity that was about to befall the two realms. The sound of the two realms collapsing rang out. A huge hole opened between the two realms. It was pitch black and empty. No light could be seen. Suddenly, the martial lord's body swayed and he vomited blood. His heavily injured body could no longer support itself. The spatial passage that had just opened shook violently, as if it would close at any moment. Martial Lord Zhong Qinxiu stepped forward. In front of the spatial passage, the martial lord's eyes flashed with determination. He stamped his foot and his demonic qi surged into the spatial passage. Immediately, the spatial passage stabilized. Zhong Qinxiu, from now on, the divine sect will be entrusted to you. After using up his last bit of strength, the martial lord reluctantly looked to the west. Then, his body collapsed. Martial Lord Zhong Qinxiu supported the falling body. His heart was throbbing with pain. Unfortunately, the martial lord could no longer hear him. The once invincible legend, the undefeated ambitious and ruthless character, after repeated schemes and bloody battles, finally fell into the dust and his soul returned to the underworld. The boundary between the two realms was completely opened. After a brief moment of silence, a never-before-seen spatial power suddenly exploded. The terrifying power was unstoppable, and everyone in the valley was blown away. The great formation collapsed, and the evil force scattered in all directions. The Flame Divine General and the Green Mask Evil God were affected by this terrifying power and instantly disappeared. Outside the Ascension Valley, Meng Xuanji landed on the ground and retreated a few steps. Ah! Meng Xuanji clutched her chest and looked at the turbulent spatial passage. Her eyes were abnormally heavy. The worst situation still happened. A moment later, a calm voice rang out in the sky. The wind and clouds changed color. Divine Great Land, He. In the flowing light, three powerful figures appeared. The Fourth Realm Master, Disaster King, and Xian Tian. The three strongest of the four extreme realm appeared together. Their terrifying auras were connected. Palace Master, thank you. The four extreme realm master glanced at the nearby Zhong Qinxiu. Realm Master, there's no need to be so polite. Don't forget your promise. Zhong Qinxiu's mood was extremely bad after the martial lord's death. He quickly picked up the martial lord's body and left in a ray of light. Realm Master, why don't you leave him behind to get rid of future troubles? Disaster King slowly asked. There's no rush. The Eternal Night God sect is still useful. There's no need to fall out with them for now, said the Four Extreme Realm Master. After saying that, he looked at the woman outside the valley and calmly said, Meng Xuanji, it's truly a pleasant surprise to see that you're fine. Meng Xuanji's expression sank. Realm Master, even if I die, I will stop your ambitions. Then let me see if you have the strength to do so. After saying that, the Four Extreme Realm Master raised his right hand. A powerful aura surged out and pounced at Meng Xuanji. At this moment, the spatial passage once again stirred and a red figure walked out. The moment it appeared, it flickered and blocked Meng Xuanji. Rivers and mountains nurture hatred, blood maples October red. Wan Fengchen's flowing light blood blade shone brightly. Boundless blood-colored light soared into the sky like October maples. With a loud explosion, Wan Fengchen's mouth turned red and he retreated a few steps. He grabbed Meng Xuanji and quickly flew away. Xian Tian, Xian Ji, said the Four Extreme Realm Master. Present. The two of them knelt down. Assemble the army. From now on, we'll invade the Divine Continent. Ambition flashed in the Four Extreme Realm Master's eyes. Yes. Xian Tian and Xian Ji respectfully accepted. In the western region of the Grand Xia, in the Eternal Night God sect, Zong Qianxiu walked back step by step while holding the martial lord's body. His usually cold face was now filled with endless pain. Divine General Baiqi, who had just returned, saw the figure in Zong Qianxiu's arms and his body trembled. Martial Lord, ugh! Divine General Baiqi's heart was filled with pain, and he couldn't speak for a moment. Zong Qianxiu carried the martial lord to the back of the Eternal Night God sect. From start to finish, he was silent. In the abyss of darkness, Zong Qianxiu walked over and put the martial lord down. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed deeply. Master, Qianxiu is useless. Before he finished speaking, an endless dark aura spread out from the abyss of darkness. A pressure that surpassed the heavens and the earth slowly awakened and descended upon the world. You may leave. The dark aura was silent for a long time before speaking. Yes. Zong Qianxiu bowed deeply, then got up and left. After Zong Qianxiu left, the dark aura pressed down and the martial lord's body on the ground turned into specks of light that quickly dissipated. Not long after, it completely disappeared. In the heavenly mandate hall of the great Xia Palace, Xia Zi, who had long black and white hair, walked into the main hall step by step as the posthumous edict and the courtiers knelt. However, he was still wearing the black robe that symbolized the throne and not the yellow dragon robe of the emperor. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The voice resounded throughout the heavenly mandate palace, symbolizing another change in the imperial power. From now on, the Grand Xia had officially entered the next era. The Grand Advisor looked at Xia Zi on the throne and sighed deeply in his heart. You may rise, said Xia Zi calmly. The person on the throne wasn't wearing a dragon robe or a crown. He was sitting on the throne as a substitute emperor. He was only waiting for Xia Mingri's son to grow up and return the imperial power to the prince's residence. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials stood up and respectfully stood in front of the hall. The officials of the Confucian sect and the Minister of Imperial Wealth couldn't hide the joy on their faces. Xia Zi was different from Xia Mingri. Now that he had ascended the throne, it would be a good opportunity for the Confucian sect to rise again. I have something to report, said the Minister of Imperial Wealth respectfully. Speak, said Xia Zi. Your Majesty, Prince Hua was ordered to go to Prajna city to settle the disaster victims, but he disobeyed the emperor's orders. He relied on the Son of Heaven's sword bestowed by the previous emperor to wantonly execute the local officials, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. I suggest that we immediately recall Prince Hua and send more officials, said the Minister of Imperial Wealth righteously. Chapter 287. Hearing this, Xia Zi frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the hall began to violently shake as if the sky was collapsing. The expressions of the officials changed. They all turned to look outside the hall, wanting to know what had happened. A figure wearing flowing light armor appeared in the sky. A powerful pressure descended, shaking the heavens and earth. The disaster king had personally arrived in the Grand Xia's imperial city. Looking down, a cold smile appeared on his face. Within the imperial palace, a little boy who looked to be 3 or 4 years old was jumping around. Feeling the heavens and earth violently shaking, he began to cry in fright. Behind the little boy, an old nanny's face turned pale. She hastily went up to hug the little prince. Oh! The imperial bloodline. The disaster king looked at the little boy in the imperial palace. He raised his hand, and a boundless suction force came from him, sucking in the only heir of the Grand Xia's imperial family. Seeing the little boy fly into the air, Xia Zi's expression changed. His figure flashed, and he slashed out with his sword. That suction force swept aside, saving his nephew. Imperial uncle. The little boy hugged his only support. His face was pale as he began to cry. Teacher, please help take care of Qi. Xia Zi walked to the Grand Preceptor of the Grand Preceptor of the Grand Preceptor of the Grand Preceptor and sent little Qi out. "Be careful," the Grand Tutor solemnly warned as he received the little prince. "Yes." Xia Zi responded. He stomped his foot and rose into the air, standing in front of the Disaster King without hesitation. "Are you the current Emperor of the Grand Xia? Your courage isn't bad." "Unfortunately, you can't protect anything," sneered the Disaster King. His cold and emotionless words echoed in the sky. A terrifying pressure spread, causing everyone's hearts to sink. In order to kill a martial lord, the principal had died in battle, the Wisdom Marquis had been heavily injured, and the Grand Xia's peak forces had suffered disastrous losses. The current Grand Xia no longer had 3 disaster experts guarding it. Only Xia Zi was left. In the face of the Disaster King's provocation, Xia Zi didn't say a word. His silent autumn waters trembled, and boundless righteous energy soared. His black and white hair danced in the wind, and his black robes were unyielding. He was the only person the Grand Xia could rely on right now. The Disaster King attacked. Dark and gloomy energy gathered, and with a palm strike, the world changed color. Beneath him was a citizen of Great Xia, so Xia Zi didn't dare to dodge. He couldn't dodge either. The limpid splendor soared into the sky, and his noble spirit was unparalleled as he forcefully resisted the Disaster King's attack. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave rippled out. Heaven and earth shook, and the shocking scene made the entire imperial city feel as if doomsday had arrived. Everywhere was filled with cries of grief. Even if Xia Zi's fighting strength was unparalleled, the huge gap in their cultivation couldn't be made up for. Xia Zi's lips turned red as he took several steps back. He was heavily injured. "Foolish Emperor, how many of these moves can you block?" The Disaster King saw through the former's apprehension and mocked. Xia Zi felt a sharp pain in his heart as he glanced at the people who were crying sorrowfully below him. The vital energy around his body kept vibrating, and the gloomy aura in the nature energy became clearer and more dazzling. Autumn water flows through the 2 instruments, the sea of clouds reveals the heavenly light. The autumn water pierced the sky. Xia Zi channeled all of his martial arts, causing an overwhelming righteous energy to soar into the sky and split apart the sea of clouds. The first glimmer of sunlight appeared, and his ultimate move stirred up the wind and clouds, forming a huge whirlpool. Facing the ultimate move of an emperor, even someone as strong as the Disaster King focused his mind. He gathered Yuan with a flip of his palm, and his aura increased by 30%. The sword and palm collided, and a wild wind howled. Blood splattered everywhere, and a black-robed figure flew out, dyeing the sky red. Rip! With an ear-piercing sound, the armor on the Disaster King's right shoulder cracked, and blood flowed out. A mere peak second tribulation cultivator actually has such ability. Grand Xia Emperor, you're worthy of the Disaster King personally destroying you. With that, the Disaster King activated his body, and the sky changed color. A gloomy aura covered the sky, covering the entire imperial city. Longevity disaster, demonic calamity ascends to the heavens. The collapsing world gave rise to the most terrifying calamity. Huge cracks appeared on the imperial city's ground, and buildings collapsed. Cries and wails spread for dozens of miles. Rumble. At that moment, above the 9 heavens, endless lightning suddenly descended. The destructive power turned everything within 1,000 feet into a sea of lightning. Within the sea of lightning, Xia Zi's body surged with blood. His aura surpassed the limit of the second tribulation, and he rushed straight to the third tribulation. Seeing this, the Disaster King retreated quickly, avoiding the descending lightning. His expression was furious. Lunatic. The sudden appearance of the lightning tribulation shocked everyone. The terrifying aura caused everything in the world to change color. In order to resist the 3 tribulations and save the people, Xia Zi forcefully broke through his realm and attracted the heavenly tribulation, dragging the Disaster King into it. The Disaster King's figure kept retreating, unwilling to be contaminated by the heavenly tribulation. However, Xia Zi was determined to drag the disaster before him into the underworld. He released all of his aura, and the lightning was like a raging sea, sealing the sky and the earth. The nature energy manifested a demonic omen, and the might of the lightning increased by several times. The heavens would not allow an Azura to descend, and they were determined to purify this world. The terrifying sea of lightning became even more terrifying. The Disaster King could not avoid it, so he turned his palm to block it. Immediately, he retreated several steps, and blood flowed out of his mouth. The innate tribulation would not allow others to interfere, or else they would have to face the wrath of the heavens. The lightning around the Disaster King's body rose to the level of the three tribulations. The light was so dazzling that no one could look directly at it. Retreat. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the Disaster King forcefully resisted several lightning bolts before quickly retreating. Rumble. The lightning tribulation's ferocious might surged, and the people in the tribulation were drowned. Blood flowed out, but soon after, it was sublimated. Part of the lightning fell on the ground, causing cries and screams to shake the heavens. Save them. Leave. The heavens have punished us. Please. Leave quickly. Don't drag us down. Truth, kindness, beauty, and ugliness were all revealed. The cries, pleas, and curses of the people on the ground spread into the 9 heavens, causing the emperor's heart to become even heavier. Cough, cough. In the sea of lightning, Xia Zi coughed up a mouthful of blood. His figure staggered, and he barely managed to stand up. Then, he stomped his foot and dragged his injured body far away. In the Haowu Palace, Luofei stood quietly in front of the palace, looking at the figure in the sky that disappeared with the sea of lightning. A faint light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She wanted to know how long this kind king could last. In this chaotic world, would his kind nature be swallowed up by the heartless world and people's hearts? Where's Imperial Uncle? In front of the heavenly mandate palace, the little prince could not see the only figure he could rely on in the sky. His tender voice was somewhat anxious. His Imperial Majesty will be back soon. Your Highness must be obedient. His Imperial Majesty will only be happy when he returns, the Grand Elder comforted him with a heavy gaze. Yes, Qi will be very obedient, the little prince nodded vigorously and said obediently. In the east of the Great Xia, Wushuang City had been the impregnable pass of the divine prefecture for countless years. It had witnessed the rise and fall of countless dynasties. Its foundation was unfathomable, and it rarely fought with others. Once a new dynasty rose, it would consciously submit and not fight. However, on this day, the ancient impregnable pass also faced the most terrible disaster. More than 10 figures descended, each of them above the Xiantian level. Their terrifying auras shook the heavens and the earth. The person in the lead was dressed in bright armor, shining with multicolored light. He was majestic and domineering. He was the source of the current disaster, the master of the 4 extremes. Kill all those who resist. Yes. The 10 Xiantian experts accepted the order and disappeared from the city in a flash. On this day, blood flowed like a river in Wushuang City. 2 Xiantian experts of the powerful city lord's bloodline who had been in hibernation woke up. One of them had even reached the peak of the 3rd tribulation of the Xiantian level. However, under Xuantian's sword, he still died with a grievance and fell to the dust unwillingly. Father. In the Prince Tai Palace, Xia Nianyi looked at her father with tears in her eyes and begged bitterly. Go. The Prince Tai pushed his daughter away and shouted, Take the princess away. The consecrators of the palace didn't dare to disobey. They took Xia Nianyi and quickly left through a secret passage. On this day, the Prince Tai Palace was destroyed. The Prince Tai died in battle, defending the dignity of a king with his unyielding body. Whether it was ignorance or arrogance, the Prince Tai who had the chance to leave chose to be destroyed along with Wuxia city. This was his fief. If he left, where would the dignity of the royal family and the great Xia be? After the impregnable pass fell, the Four Extremes army from Ascension Valley arrived in batches. With Wuxia city as the starting point, they started their plan to invade the Divine Land. In the west of the Great Xia, due to the death of the martial lord, the Eternal Night Cult's army retreated 100 miles and quieted down. Divine General Baichi replaced the martial lord and temporarily assumed the command of the vanguard to fight against the Great Xia war god and the Black Water army led by him. In the Confucian school's Dragon Garden, a Confucian around 40 years of age walked over. Under his hair was a bun, his face was ordinary and unremarkable, but it was naturally dignified. He was actually one of the 4 palm orders of the Confucian school that should have followed the Bai Marquis into battle, the palm orders of the army. The Dragon Garden was very large, and in its depths, it was desolate and cold. There seemed to be no life at all, as if it was a land of death. Suddenly, the formation rippled, and 3 stone houses flickered. They couldn't be seen clearly, but they truly existed. Greetings, sovereigns. The commander of the army knelt down respectfully. Rise. How is the matter, I asked of you? Asked a cold voice from the stone house on the left. Reporting to the sovereigns, the matter has been completed. However, with the arrival of the 4 Extremes, the situation has changed. I hope the sovereigns can give me some instructions, said the commander of the army. Just wait and see. The Great Xia won't be destroyed so easily. A woman's voice came from the stone house on the right. Yes. The commander of the army respectfully accepted the order, then stood and left. After the commander of the army left, a voice came from the stone house on the left once more. Now that Dean Tiansong has died in battle, it seems that the time for the Confucian sect to reappear has arrived. There's no rush. Let's wait a bit. For the past 1,000 years, the Confucian sect has had fewer and fewer Xiantian experts. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Let's wait and see. Perhaps we'll be able to see something. This was the first time someone spoke from the stone house in the middle. The commander of the army is right. We've already waited for so long. Waiting a bit more won't make a difference. It's best to be careful. The woman's voice came from the stone house on the right once more. That's fine too. Now that they had reached an agreement, the 3 of them didn't say anything more. The formation flickered, and the 3 stone houses gradually faded away. In the Heavenly Sky Academy, the master raised his head and glanced in the direction of the Dragon Garden. He sighed heavily inside. The Confucian sect's original intentions had already been obliterated without a trace remaining. He was extremely disappointed. Chapter 288. 1,000 years ago, the world was in constant strife and wars were frequent. The people had no way to make a living. It was an extremely difficult time. At that time, the headmaster established the Confucian sect to educate the people, promote kindness, and rule the country with benevolence. He wanted the world to be peaceful and the people to live in peace. However, 1,000 years later, the Confucian sect became a tool for some people to fight for power and profit. The Confucian sect had completely changed. It was rotten to the core and no longer had its original purpose. The headmaster was disappointed and even more heartbroken. He had educated the people, but he still could not erase the selfishness and greed in people's hearts. The strife in the world intensified day by day. The chaotic times from 1,000 years ago finally reappeared. Xia Zi came. After the heavenly tribulation, his aura was much more stable. He walked to the front of the wooden house, stopped, and gently knocked on the door. Come in, the headmaster said. Xia Zi pushed the door and entered. He looked at the extremely old man in front of him and bowed respectfully. Headmaster. It was not the first time the two met, but it was the first time Xia Zi truly knew the headmaster. Not many people knew about the headmaster's identity. Even the Xia emperor of each generation might not know about it, such as Xia Rui. As for the others, they knew even less. Ning Chen had made some guesses based on some clues and later confirmed that the headmaster of the academy was the headmaster from 1,000 years ago. Xia Zi's identity was special. He was originally going to inherit the position of the head of the Confucian sect. Now that he had become the emperor of the Xia dynasty, his actions would have a decisive impact on the future of the Xia dynasty. Zi is here to pay my respects to you and bring Ning Chen back, Xia Zi said. He is at the Lingbo pool behind the academy, the headmaster replied. Thank you, headmaster. There are many things going on now. Zi will take his leave first. Xia Zi bowed again and said goodbye. Okay, the headmaster nodded slightly and replied. Xia Zi turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the door, the headmaster's voice sounded again. He reminded, remember, no matter what happens in the future, don't lose yourself. Xia Zi nodded his head and walked away. Behind the academy, beside the Lingbo pool, a white figure sat in a wheelchair, quietly looking at the beautiful figure in the pool. He did not move, as if he had been sitting there for a long time. Xia Zi walked over, glanced at the woman in the Lingbo pool, and asked, how is she? Teacher said that he will wake up, Ning Chen said with a warm smile on his face. Are you going back? Xia Zi asked. Let's go. Ning Chen retracted his gaze, turned his wheelchair around, and slowly walked forward. Thank you, Xia Zi sighed as she pushed the wheelchair over. I'll say it again. Between you and me, the word, thank you, is too polite, said Ning Chen. Yes. Xia Zi nodded and walked forward while explaining the current situation in detail. Ning Chen listened quietly. While he was injured, he didn't know much about the outside world. He must have missed a lot of news. Peerless City's fall was too sudden. It has now become the rear of the Four Extremes army. I think that it won't be long before the Four Extremes send out their troops, said Xia Zi worriedly. It really is terrible. You've taken the position of Xia Emperor at the wrong time, said Ning Chen. My friend, you're still in the mood to joke around? Xia Zi helplessly said. It's not like I haven't encountered worse situations before. Now that things have gotten to this point, there's no point in worrying. Let's take it step by step, said Ning Chen. That's the only way. Xia Zi nodded. Back then, Fan Lingyue's northern Meng army had already reached Moonfall City. Behind Moonfall City was the Grand Xia's imperial city. However, in the end, the Grand Xia had still managed to survive. Whether it was luck or not, since the Grand Xia had managed to survive the first time, it would definitely be able to survive the second time. The academy wasn't too far from the Grand Xia's imperial city. Xia Zi seemed to be walking very slowly as she pushed the wheelchair, but in the eyes of ordinary people, she was just a shadow that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not long after, the two arrived in front of the imperial city. After the disaster, the imperial city was still bustling, but there was a strange atmosphere everywhere. When the people saw Xia Zi, they all had different expressions. Some were grateful, some were disgusted, and some were fearful. There were all kinds of expressions, so complicated that it was difficult to understand. Those who were saved looked at her with gratitude, while those who were affected by the lightning tribulation left in a hurry with their heads down, hiding their resentment. Xia Zi didn't say anything and just pushed the wheelchair forward silently. Looking at the unconcealable expressions in the eyes of the people, Ning Chen sighed deeply. The most complicated thing in the world was the human heart. Many times, 1,000 favors couldn't compare to a loss of one's own interests, let alone a simple rumor. Don't take it to heart, said Ning Chen. Okay. Xia Zi nodded. The two of them walked all the way to the imperial palace, ignoring the gazes along the way. How could a determined heart be easily shaken? In the heavenly mandate palace, Xia Zi handed over the booklet from the Minister of Imperial Affairs and the secret report from the Minister of Imperial Affairs. Ning Chen took them. After reading them, he asked seriously, "What do you think?" Imperial uncle has executed many officials, so this matter is definitely true. Some of the officials in the imperial court have reacted violently to this. I believe that imperial uncle didn't kill the innocent. However, if this continues, the opposition in the imperial court will definitely become more intense, said Xia Zi worriedly. In troubled times, severe punishments are needed. Prince Hua has done well. As for the voices in the imperial court, Zi, sometimes a butcher's knife is more useful than appeasing them, said Ning Chen seriously. The reason for the opposition in the court was very simple. Prince Hua's actions had harmed their interests. One could only imagine how dirty the hands of the officials in the court were if they had so many interests involved in the resettlement of the disaster victims. Xia Zi fell silent and carefully considered the former's words. At this moment, a report came from outside the palace. The person respectfully said, "Your Majesty, Princess Yi requests an audience." "Let her in," said Xia Zi as she came back to her senses. "Yes." The guard accepted the order and quickly went to pass on the message. Hearing the words, Princess Yi, Ning Chen quickly recalled the appearance of that unruly princess. Unknowingly, nearly 4 years had passed. Time had passed so quickly. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Lord Wu Marquis." Xia Nianyi walked over and knelt. "Nianyi, there's no need to be so courteous. Just call me Big Brother," said Xia Zi softly as he helped her up. "Etiquette cannot be discarded." "Nianyi cannot overstep etiquette," said Xia Nianyi respectfully. "Princess, it's been a long time." Ning Chen sighed emotionally. "Lord Wu Marquis, Nianyi greets you." Xia Nianyi gracefully bowed once more. The woman in front of him didn't look much different from before. However, her unruly air had completely disappeared. Her actions were more courteous, and she was more dignified. However, she was less spirited. The changes in Wuxia city had caused the unruly princess of the past to completely grow up. No one could say whether it was a blessing or a misfortune. Ning Chen sighed inwardly. He knew that the Princess Yi he once knew would no longer exist. "Nianyi, you know the situation in Wuxia city the best. Can you tell us more about it?" asked Xia Zi. "Yes." That day, Xia Nianyi told them everything she had seen that day. Even though it had been several days, those bloody scenes still seemed to be right in front of them. Hearing Xia Nianyi's story, Xia Zi fell silent. His heart was abnormally heavy. 11 Xiantian experts had only appeared in Wuxia city. The situation in front of them was actually so difficult. "Your Majesty, please take revenge for father." Xia Nianyi knelt down and deeply bowed. Suppressing her sorrow, she begged. "Ning Chen, you've been to the 4 extreme realms. Do you have any ideas?" asked Xia Zi. Ning Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "If I'm not wrong, the 4 extreme realms should have already unified. That's why they have so many Xiantian experts at their disposal. However, there are definitely people in the 4 extreme realms who oppose the war between the 2 realms. Those people will be the focus of our efforts. In addition, there are definitely many hidden Xiantian experts in the sects of the Grand Xiao. We can send people to invite them. As long as they're willing to help, the conditions can be negotiated. The 4 extreme realms' goal is to invade the divine prefecture. Wuxia city is the best example. These sects should all understand that without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. Of course, if there are stubborn people, there's no need to keep them. Apart from this, there are 2 places we need to pay special attention to. One is the Heavenly Compassion Sword Pavilion, and the other is Desolate City. The Heavenly Compassion Sword Pavilion is a neighbor of the Grand Xia, and they're quite powerful. They're very good targets to rope in. As for Desolate City. Ning Chen paused and sighed. Let's find another chance. Xia Zi nodded. I'll send people to the Heavenly Compassion Sword Pavilion and the various sects of the Grand Xia's southeast. As for the 4 extreme realms, I'll leave it to you. Ning Chen agreed. I'll return to the Marquis estate first. The Calamity King is a narrow-minded person, and he might come again at any time. Now that the principal is no longer here, the safety of the Imperial City is a huge problem that must be resolved as soon as possible. I'll summon the heads of the Confucian sect. With the help of the Confucian sect's heaven-trapping formation, the Imperial City should be safe for now, replied Xia Zi. Ning Chen thought for a moment, but didn't say anything. He turned around and left. At the Jiming Marquis estate, Ning Chen returned. The old steward hurriedly went to greet him and bowed. There's no need to be so courteous in the estate. Did anyone come to find me in the past few days? Asked Ning Chen. Yes. One was Miss Meng, and the other was a red-haired young man in red. However, when they saw that the Marquis wasn't here, they both left, replied the old steward. Where's Ning Shi? Ning Chen looked around but didn't see the restless Ning Shi come out to greet him. The princess has been summoned to the palace. She'll be back a bit later, said the old steward. Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded slightly. It had been a while since he had gone to Weiyang Palace to pay his respects. He hadn't fulfilled his promise to little Mingyue to see her. Send someone to invite the head of department. Ning Chen suppressed the thoughts in his heart and ordered. Yes. The old steward respectfully accepted the order and left. Chapter 289. The main reason Ning Chen had called Kong Yu over was to ask about the ghost woman's whereabouts. Ever since that strange incident, there had been no news of her. It's my incompetence. Kong Yu lowered his head. Ning Chen sighed inside. Whatever, just do your best. If a Xiantian expert wants to hide their tracks, it truly isn't easy for an ordinary person to find them. Send people to keep an eye on Hanya City. If you discover anyone spreading rumors, report it to Prince Hua as soon as possible. If you don't have enough time, kill them without mercy. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent, causing people to shiver. Yes. Kong Yu respectfully accepted. Kong Yu, there aren't many people in the imperial court that I can use. My position as a martial marquis won't last forever. That position will be yours sooner or later. Don't disappoint me, said Ning Chen seriously. Subordinates' abilities are shallow. How could I dare have such delusions? Kong Yu hastily knelt down. Get up. Your abilities can be nurtured. Most importantly, you have to prove that you are someone who can be trusted, reminded Ning Chen. Subordinate understands. Kong Yu respectfully stood up. You can leave. Ning Chen waved his hand. Yes. Kong Yu once more bowed and left. After Kong Yu left, Ning Chen pondered for a moment before writing a letter. After sealing it, he called over the old steward. Send this letter to Northern Meng's imperial palace. Yes. The old steward took the letter and left. In the evening, just as the sun was about to set, Ning Shi returned. Seeing her brother in the main hall, her delicate doll-like face immediately lit up with joy and she ran over. Brother, when did you come back? Asked Ning Shi happily. It's noon. Why did the Empress call you into the palace? Asked Ning Chen softly. Ning Shi's face reddened, and she was bashful, unwilling to say. Ning Chen was a smart person. He saw the reason at a glance. He chuckled and said, choosing a prince consort. Being guessed by her brother, Ning Shi's face turned even redder like a ripe apple. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You're not young anymore, and the Empress will definitely be worried. If there's anything she's satisfied with, feel free to say it. You have to grasp your own happiness, instructed Ning Chen. I don't want to marry. Xinyu is about the same age as me, and she hasn't married yet. Ning Shi curled her lips. Ning Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he sighed softly while his feelings were extremely complicated. There was no medicine that could cure the 7 mortal body. They might not be able to wait until the day the 9th princess got married. Brother, are your injuries okay? At this moment, Ning Shi noticed that her brother was still in a wheelchair and asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'll just rest for a few days. Ning Chen replied, push me back to the backyard. I'm a little tired. Okay. Ning Shi nodded and pushed the wheelchair towards the backyard. At night, the moon shone brightly in the sky. In the study room in the backyard, Ning Chen sat quietly in his wheelchair with his eyes closed, thinking about something. At this moment, the red light converged, and a red figure walked out. Seeing the shadow on the window illuminated by the candlelight, it walked over. At the same time, Ning Chen opened his eyes and looked outside the door. A faint light flashed in his eyes. He really came. With a creak, the door opened, and chaotic wind dust looked at the figure in the wheelchair and said, "How have you been?" Now that they had met again several months later, their realms had changed. His original worries had become reality. Should I call you chaotic wind dust or the holy son of the 4 extremes? Ah, that joke is really cold. Have you ever seen a holy sun in such a sorry state? Chaotic wind dust waved his hand to close the door and casually found a place to sit down. Where's Meng Xuanji? Asked Ning Chen. She's recovering in a safe place. It's too dangerous here, so I didn't bring her with me. Can I trust you? Asked Ning Chen calmly. Chaotic wind dust's expression became serious. You can take a gamble. Ning Chen stared at the former for a very long time, and then he withdrew his gaze and said, the ambitions of the masters of the 4 extremes and the King of Calamity are obvious. Once the war between the 2 realms fully erupts, there will definitely be countless casualties. However, if the King of Calamity is gone, then I think the masters of the 4 extremes invasion plan will be slowed down greatly. Hearing this, chaotic wind dust narrowed his eyes. After a long time, he stood up. I know what to do. See you later. With that, the red light dissipated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and took 2 steps forward. He extinguished the candles in the study and walked back to his room. It wasn't that he was paranoid. It was just that he couldn't bear the responsibility for the thousands of lives in the Divine Prefecture. Time passed day by day. Information about Wushuang City kept coming in. The letter sent to the Beimang Imperial Palace also received a reply. After reading the letter, Ning Chen destroyed it. Ning Shi, push me into the palace, said Ning Chen. Ning Shi replied and pushed the former out of the manor. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Zi was still busy with government affairs. When the 2 passed by the palace, Ning Chen stopped briefly and transmitted a message. Xia Zi thought about it and nodded gently. In the Weiyang Palace, Ning Shi pushed her brother over. Qing Ning had already sensed their auras and went out to greet them. How's your injury? Qing Ning frowned slightly. It's nothing serious. Where's the Empress? Asked Ning Chen. She's inside, replied Qing Ning. The 3 of them entered the room. Ning Chen saw Zhang Sun on the seat and bowed respectfully. Empress. Look at these people. Is there anyone suitable? You're Ning Shi's brother. Don't you know how to worry more about your sister's marriage? Zhang Sun handed over a booklet and said. You're right, Empress. Ning Chen took the name list and looked through it carefully, but he couldn't figure out anything. He had heard of the names on it before. They were all children of the aristocratic families. It could be seen that the eldest grandson was very concerned about this matter. He was more inclined to the relationship between a man and a woman. He didn't want to go against Jiangxuan's wishes. As long as Ningxi didn't object, everything would be decided by Jiangxun. I hate these playboys, said Ningxi with a pout. Then look at this, said Jiangxun as he handed over another booklet. Ningchen opened it and felt dizzy. All the names in the booklet were the top 3 in recent years. Usually, it was rare to see a top scholar, but there was one every few pages. I don't like nerds either, muttered Ningxi. Jiangxun frowned and reprimanded, don't mess around. Ningxi's face turned bitter. She didn't dare to make another sound. Perhaps she had been influenced by her brother, but she always lacked confidence in front of Jiangxun. Seeing the former's aggrieved appearance, Jiangxuan's expression softened slightly. What do you want? I'll find it for you according to your request. Ningxi's eyes turned and she pointed at Ningchen. Smarter than my brother, and stronger than my brother. Jiangxun was startled and then shook his head helplessly. You girl, of all things to learn, you have to learn from your brother. Ningchen rubbed his nose. It really had nothing to do with him. Alright, even if you're in a rush, you have to put it aside for now. We'll talk about it after Z is married, said Jiangxun. Hearing that, Ningchen's gaze turned serious. Have you decided on a candidate? N. Jiangxun nodded and said, originally, during the national funeral, the matter of the empress should be put aside for discussion. However, now that the imperial family's bloodline has withered, the officials in court have also mentioned this matter many times. Thus, I'll choose a candidate first. After the national funeral, I'll immediately welcome the new empress into the palace. I've looked for a long time and chose the in-kingdom Marquis' legitimate granddaughter. This girl's family background, appearance, and upbringing are all good. She's the best choice for the empress. What did Zi say? Asked Ningchen. He didn't object. Jiangxun replied. Hearing their conversation, Ningxi's eyes bloomed with joy. Although the great Xia kingdom's national funeral wasn't long, there was still a year's time. Adding on the matter of the empress, it meant that for at least a year, she wouldn't have to learn those messy etiquettes every day. Jiangxun glanced at Ningxi, who was so happy that she couldn't tell north from south, and said lightly, you still have to learn what Ben Gong wants you to learn. Also, after Zi's matter, it'll be your turn. Ben Gong will help you choose the person first. Ah! Ningxi's face immediately became bitter. She wanted to object, but she didn't dare. Ningchen didn't dare to interrupt either. He was already thanking the heavens and earth that Jiangxun didn't make trouble for him. As long as Ningxi could handle these matters, it was best if he didn't interfere. The 3 of them chatted for a while. When they were about to leave, Ningchen suddenly remembered and said, Nyang, I have to go to northern Meng for some matters. I want to borrow Qing Ning Jia for 2 days. Qing Ning, go with him. Jiangxun glanced sideways at the woman beside her and said. N. Qing Ning nodded in response. Afterwards, Ningchen and Qing Ning left, leaving Ningxi behind. She looked at the 2 of them anxiously, but only received a comforting gaze from her elder brother. After the 2 of them left the palace, Qing Ning asked, is there something you need? I have an appointment with Northern Meng's Golden Staff State teacher. I want to use this chance to bring Xinyu along, explained Ningchen. Tianqi? Asked Qing Ning. No matter if it's useful or not, we have to try. Ningchen nodded. In the princess's residence, Qing Ning went in to pick up Xia Xinyu, then rushed towards Northern Meng together. Ningchen, thank you. Xia Xinyu thanked him sincerely. She knew how busy he and her brother were now, but he still remembered her matters. This friendship was hard to repay in this lifetime. Ningchen smiled lightly and said, if Princess wants to thank me, please help Ningxi. You know that I don't have much courage in front of Nyang, so I don't dare to plead for that girl. Ha! Hearing these words, Xia Xinyu smiled gently and said, "Forget it, I also don't dare. Imperial Mother's temper looks gentle, but she's not easy to talk to at all. When we were young, my brother and I were often punished to kneel." Qin Ning's lips curled up in an undetectable smile, as if she was thinking of the past. The Grand Xia's imperial city was very far from northern Meng, but because of Qin Ning, the three of them still arrived at northern Meng's imperial court before sunset. Tianqi was located in a desolate place. After the three of them arrived, a shriveled old man holding a golden staff quietly stood there. His appearance was nothing special, and could even be said to be somewhat ugly. If an ordinary person saw him, no one would think that this was one of the 5-3 disaster experts of the Divine Continent, the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor. In the past, only Fan Lingyuan knew of the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor's whereabouts. After Fan Lingyue passed away, Mingyu took over the authority of Northern Meng and obtained a way to contact the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor. Ning Chen wanted to meet the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor for Xia Xinyu's matter, and also to resist the calamity of the 4 extreme realms. Of course, he was very clear that convincing the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor wasn't that easy. Whether it was Northern Meng or Grand Xia, many people knew that the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor wasn't a person of good character. "Senior Golden Staff Imperial Tutor, Junior greets you." Ning Chen sat in his wheelchair and cupped his hands in greeting. "You actually dare to appear in front of me? I really don't know if you're courageous or reckless," said the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor indifferently. "Senior Golden Staff Imperial Tutor must be joking. Junior has always remembered your kindness," said Ning Chen. "Hypocrite. Speak, why are you looking for me?" snorted the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor. "The lady beside Junior has been a little unwell recently, so Junior would like to borrow Tianqi," smiled Ning Chen. "Unwell? If you're unwell, then go see a doctor." The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor didn't believe this nonsense at all. This was the first time he had seen someone using Xiantian True Qi to cover up a small illness. Chapter 290. The Golden Staff Imperial Teacher didn't believe Ning Chen's words. Similarly, Ning Chen didn't believe him either. The two of them weren't gentlemen. They were the kind of people who could lie without blushing. "How long has Senior been stuck in the first calamity?" asked Ning Chen casually. The Golden Staff Imperial Teacher narrowed his eyes. "Brat, why are you asking this?" "Ah, I just heard that the Imperial Teacher seems to be the one with the longest seniority among the 3 calamities, so I'm just asking." Ning Chen's words had a hidden meaning. Being old meant being able to live the longest. Of course, that also meant dying the quickest. The path of cultivation was actually very cruel. If you couldn't break through, you could only wait for your lifespan to run out. "Brat, you better make yourself clear." The Golden Staff Imperial Teacher's eyes flashed coldly. Ning Chen didn't mind. He glanced at Xinu and revealed an awkward expression. These things can't be explained in a few sentences. But Junior's friend's illness can't be delayed for too long. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor snorted coldly and moved aside, "Let her in. However, you better not disappoint me about what you said, or else." "Many thanks, Senior." Ning Chen cupped his hands and turned his wheelchair, bringing Xia Xinyu to the side of the heavenly lake. He softly said, "Xinyu, go in." Xia Xinyu nodded and walked into the heavenly lake. Immediately, an extremely cold chill invaded her body, making her feel like she was being stabbed by needles. "Endure it," urged Ning Chen. Xia Xinyu didn't want the two of them to worry about her. She clenched her teeth and endured the pain. She didn't make a sound. Ning Chen condensed his qi and activated the life scroll. Xiantian True Qi poured into her body, suppressing the corrosion of the 7 extinction physique. Not far away, the Golden Staff Imperial Teacher's eyes were flickering. It was no longer an absolute secret that the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis possessed the heavenly book. Such a treasure was quite attractive even to him. Qi Ning stood between the two of them without leaving a trace. She was on full alert in case the Golden Staff Imperial teacher suddenly attacked. This person's reputation had never been good. She had to be careful. In the end, the Golden Staff Imperial tutor resisted the urge to attack. Compared to the heavenly book, he cared more about what this kid said. He had indeed been trapped in the first disaster for too long and did not have much lifespan left. If he could not break through, he could only wait for death. An hour later, Ning Chen withdrew his aura and a wisp of exhaustion flashed across his face. After a short moment, he quickly recovered to his original state. "Can you speak now?" The Golden Staff Imperial tutor said coldly. Ning Chen turned his wheelchair around and took a few steps forward. He flipped his palm and shook off the blood in his body. Instantly, a bloody light filled the air. It was filled with boundless vitality, dazzling people's minds. The Golden Staff Imperial Advisor's pupils constricted. What a powerful life force. In the next moment, the bloody light converged and entered Ning Chen's body, disappearing without a trace. This is Phoenix blood. Senior, you should have heard rumors of Ascension Valley possessing Phoenix blood. I can tell you with certainty that Ascension Valley's Phoenix blood comes from the Disaster King of the Four Extremities. The Disaster King's Longevity Hall had once imprisoned a phoenix. The Phoenix blood accumulated over 10,000 years is enough for Senior to break through to the second disaster, said Ning Chen seriously. Even if I kill you, I can still obtain the Phoenix blood, said the Imperial tutor coldly. Senior, you can try. I can't guarantee anything else, but I'm confident I can destroy this Phoenix blood before I die. Ning Chen's tone suddenly changed. Furthermore, the Phoenix blood in my body is far from enough for Senior to break through. If that's the case, it would be better to keep my body useful and help Senior obtain this Phoenix blood. How can I be sure you're not speaking nonsense? Asked the Imperial tutor heavily. Ning Chen smiled. Senior, you don't need to worry about that. The Phoenix blood's aura isn't that easy to conceal. As long as you sense it carefully, you'll be able to sense it. Senior can check if the Disaster King has an aura similar to mine. Then you'll naturally know if I'm lying. The Imperial tutor thought for a moment before asking, how can you help me? That's not difficult. The Disaster King's cultivation base is also the first natural disaster. If Senior is willing to work together with me, there's at least a 70% chance of eliminating him. At that time, Senior will get 90% of the Phoenix blood, and I only need 10%, said Ning Chen. Humph, I'm a grand expert of the three disasters. How can I work together with someone else? The Imperial tutor was displeased. The four extremes are attempting to invade the Divine Prefecture. Their ambitions are clear as day. Senior's actions are for the greater good of saving the world. The commoners will remember Senior's unavoidable sacrifice, said Ning Chen naturally. Only then did the Imperial tutor's expression improve. He nodded. That's all I can do. You're not bad. If you succeed and I'm in a good mood, I might even give you 10% more. Junior admires Senior's generosity. Ning Chen clasped his hands. To the side, Qi Ning really couldn't keep listening. She really didn't know if the two of them were speaking the truth. Xia Xinyu had already been in the heavenly lake for over an hour. The icy qi had already frozen her hair. It was easy to imagine just how much pain this seemingly weak princess of the Grand Xia was enduring. Another 4 hours later, Ning Chen extended his hand and brought the former out. With a wave of his sleeve, he scattered the excess water in the heaven lake. Immediately, he covered the former with his clothes. Senior Golden Staff, I'll be taking my leave first. The Knowledge Marquis estate awaits Senior's arrival at any time. Ning Chen clasped his hands in farewell. I'll definitely go, replied the Imperial tutor. By the time the three of them returned, it was already halfway through the night. Xia Xinyu had just been cleansed by the heavenly lake's water and had yet to fully recover. So the three of them walked much slower. "Are you serious about what you said?" asked Qing Ning on the way. "Of course I'm serious." Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. "However, it's not necessarily all true. It was true that the Disaster King had phoenix blood, but who knew how much he still had? Back when he had been in the Four Extremes for so long, he hadn't sensed the aura of phoenix blood from any of the Xiantian experts of the Four Extremes Holy Lands or the Longevity Hall. It could be imagined that even in the Disaster King's hands, he didn't have much phoenix blood left. Hearing Ning Chen's answer, Qing Ning frowned slightly. "Aren't you afraid that the Imperial Tutor will take revenge once he sees through your lies?" "Not for now. The majority of what I told him is true. The Disaster King does indeed have the aura of phoenix blood, and the Longevity Hall really did once trap a phoenix. Only with 90% truth and 10% lies will I not be suspected. Once the Imperial Tutor investigates, he'll actually believe what I said today even more," explained Ning Chen calmly. Qing Ning understood a bit, but she was still worried. She warned, "No matter what, you have to be careful. The Imperial Tutor isn't someone easy to deal with." "Yes, don't worry." Ning Chen nodded and replied softly. The three of them continued forward. The bright moon in the sky moved westward, and the darkness of the night gradually faded away. The first rays of the morning sun sprinkled down a faint warmth. When the sun was high up in the sky, Xia Xinyu's body gradually recovered. Her pale complexion also returned to normal. "Let's go. If we take too long, the Empress will become suspicious," said Ning Chen. Qing Ning nodded. With a wave of her hand, she brought the two of them away. Half a day later, the three of them returned. Ning Chen and Qing Ning first sent Xia Xinyu back to the princess residence, then entered the palace together. In front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace, the two of them went their separate ways. Qing Ning returned to Weiyang Palace. Ning Chen still had matters to attend to, so he didn't go with her. "How is it?" asked Xia Zi as he put down the booklet in his hand. "It's somewhat effective, but it won't last long. We have to think of another way," replied Ning Chen. The body of 7 extremities was an unsolvable constitution. Even the ancient books didn't have a way to solve it. Right now, they could only feel the stones and cross the river. No one knew where they would end up. "Do your best," sighed Xia Zi. He continued, "The 4 heads of the Confucian school will be here soon. You can wait here for a while." "Okay." Ning Chen thought for a moment and agreed. About half an hour later, 4 figures appeared on the stone steps in front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. They walked up the main hall step by step. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The 4 of them bowed respectfully. "Heads, please rise," said Xia Zi. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The 4 of them stood up and glanced at Ning Chen. They cupped their hands and said, "Marquis Wu." Ning Chen nodded and didn't say much. His impression of the Confucian school was very average. The 4 heads in front of him, especially the military head, seemed honest, but their words and actions were unfathomable. They weren't people he could confide in. He wasn't Xia Zi. He didn't have a kind heart. He wouldn't interact too much with such people. "From now on, the safety of the imperial city is in your hands," said Xia Zi politely. "Yes, Your Majesty." The 4 of them accepted the order and replied respectfully. The 4 heads quickly left. Ning Chen, who had been silent all this time, finally asked, "How's the situation in Wushuang City?" Xia Zi's expression turned serious. He said, "It's not optimistic. The soldiers of the 4 extremities are continuously entering Wushuang City from Ascension Valley. Duke Jingwu has already led his troops there. Marquis Zhongyong has also led 100,000 troops from the southeast border north to reinforce them. Ning Chen nodded. Compared to the Meniang Empire, the threat of the four extremities was indeed greater. Sending Marquis Zhongyong over was the right choice. However, the biggest problem now was that the top fighting power of the four supreme realms was far from what the great Xia could compare with. The four supreme realm masters, the king of calamity, and a fifth tribulation Xian. It was indeed difficult to deal with such a lineup. At this moment, a shadow dragon guard appeared and respectfully bowed. He then handed over a secret report. After reading it, Xia Zi's eyes lit up and he handed it over. Take a look. Ning Chen received it and glanced over it. His eyes narrowed. Desolate City and Wushuang City had clashed. In the end, Desolate City seemed to have won. The Xiantian experts Wushuang City had sent out had all retreated. It wasn't strange that Wushuang City would send troops to Desolate City. The two cities were too close. How could the Disaster King and the Four Extremities Realm Masters be at ease with such a threat behind them? However, with Wushuang City's current strength, they had actually been defeated and forced to retreat. Have the other large sects responded? Asked Ning Chen. Only you city's Yao family replied. The other sects have yet to express their stance, replied Xia Zi. We can choose someone from the Yao family to be conferred the title of Marquis. This will show the court's sincerity and also spur the other large sects to quickly make a decision, suggested Ning Chen. Normally, a Marquis would be given land. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Asked Xia Zi worriedly. The Yao family is the only large aristocratic family in Yu City. Even the city lord sent by the court couldn't suppress them. Yu City is essentially the same as the Yao family's land. Now, we need to give the Yao family a proper status. The Yao family needs this status. Of course, since they've accepted this status, it's inseparable from the Grand Xia's honor. Only then will they do their best in this war, explained Ning Chen. If the other large sects surrender, won't they be treated equally? Asked Xia Zi. Ning Chen shook his head. There's no need. The court only needs to show enough sincerity to the 2 or 3 large sects with Xiantian experts. After that, as long as the other sects have some self-awareness and consider their own safety, they will quickly surrender to the court. Xia Zi gently nodded and remembered these words. When it came to dealing with these matters, he was indeed inferior to his good friend. Furthermore, since Peerless City has already sent troops to Desolate City, the conflict between the two cities is already irreconcilable. We can now send someone to try and negotiate. Whether it succeeds or not, we first need to show the Grand Xia's friendly attitude, added Ning Chen. Just as Xia Zi nodded in agreement, a small figure ran over from the back of the hall. Imperial Uncle, the little prince shouted happily. However, when he saw Ning Chen in the hall, he hid behind Xia Zi timidly. You didn't listen to your wet nurse and ran around again, said Xia Zi with a warm smile. After saying that, Xia Zi raised his head and looked at Ning Chen. Good friend, can Zi ask you for a favor? What is it? Ning Chen found it strange that Xia Zi was so serious. I want to become your disciple, said Xia Zi. Chapter 291. Ning Chen was startled by Xia Zi's words. Seeing how serious Xia Zi was, he began to carefully consider it. Becoming a disciple wasn't as simple as one might imagine. To be a teacher was a symbol of responsibility and obligation. Up until now, he had yet to accept a disciple. Even Jiang Xian was only teaching on behalf of Fan Lingyue. Once he agreed, he would have to teach the little prince not only how to cultivate, but also how to conduct himself. Xia Zi also knew this wasn't a small matter, so he patiently waited. It wasn't that he wanted to increase his friend's burden, but that he truly wasn't suited to be Qi-er's guide. Qi-er was going to inherit the Grand Xia's throne in the future. Compared to him, Ning Chen could teach him many more things. Ning Chen thought for a long time before gently sighing inside. He nodded and agreed. Xia Zi didn't have any desire for the throne. He was extremely clear that this little prince would shoulder the Grand Xia's future. He hoped that he wouldn't disappoint his good friend. Kneel. Xia Zi gently pulled the little prince out from behind him. Seeing his imperial uncle's serious gaze, didn't dare to resist and obediently knelt down. From now on, the person in front of you is your master. You must remember that a master for a day is a father for life. You are the Grand Xia's future heir, so you must learn to respect your master and be strict with yourself, said Xia Zi. Yes. Was still young and had never seen his imperial uncle so strict. His eyes were filled with tears as he replied. Xia Zi had the little prince perform the ceremony of becoming a disciple before his serious expression relaxed. Ning Chen accepted the ceremony. With a flip of his hand, a drop of blood seeped out from his finger and he gently pressed it between Er's eyebrows. Er's eyebrows were bright red. The wheal between his eyebrows represented his master's wish. He hoped that his disciple would be able to avoid calamities and turn misfortune into good fortune. Get up. Ning Chen helped the little prince up, a warm expression appearing on his face. Since he had accepted the ceremony, he would do his best to teach him and be responsible for him. While you're recuperating, you can bring back to the Marquis' mansion. You can bring him back once every 2 days, said Xia Zi. Yes. Ning Chen replied. It was already late, so Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He held the little prince's hand and prepared to leave. Tears kept falling from Er's eyes. She didn't want to leave, but she didn't dare to disobey her uncle's orders. Her delicate little face was covered in tears, and she looked extremely pitiful. Xia Zi hardened her heart and turned her back, not wanting to look anymore. Now that great Xia was in danger and the royal bloodline had withered, he could no longer be soft-hearted. Had no choice but to leave with Ning Chen. At such a young age, she was surprisingly sensible and obedient, which made people feel gratified. Back at the Jiming Marquis' mansion, Ning Chen's return with the little prince really gave Ning Shi and Lu Ruoxi a fright. Only after hearing the whole story did they feel relieved. And and Ning Shi weren't strangers and ran over, tears falling down again. Ning Shi's heart ached when she saw this. She hurriedly hugged him and comforted him gently. The child was still so young, yet he had to suffer with her brother. It was really pitiful. Ruoxi, from today onwards, Er's daily life will be in your care. Ning Chen glanced at the beautiful woman in the room. Lu Ruoxi nodded. This matter could only be handled by her. The Marquis was too busy and Ning Shi had a heartless personality. She couldn't even take care of herself, let alone the little prince. Ning Chen arranged Er's matters and turned his wheelchair out of the room. He walked into the opposite study and gently closed the door. Day after day, night after night. The candlelight was lit and the shadows in the study were printed on the window paper. The candlelight flickered and the shadows on the window swayed. Thoughts flashed through the minds of the people in the room as they pondered how to proceed in the future. Although they had the help of the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor, they could only deal with one disaster king at most. The biggest problem was the Master of the Four Extremities. He didn't know much about the Master of the Four Extremities. Even the people in the Four Extremities didn't know much about the Master of the Four Extremities, let alone their weaknesses. From the last battle between the Master of the Four Extremities and the Master of the Four Extremities, the only thing he knew was that the Master of the Four Extremities' armor was extraordinary. Even the sword slashes from the Master of the Four Extremities were quickly healed and restored to their original state. The Four Extremities had existed for too long. As the Master of the Four Extremities, even if he had other trump cards, it was very likely. Too little information was the biggest problem they were facing now. As such, it was even more necessary to eliminate or even capture the disaster king alive. The last problem they needed to pay attention to was still the Eternal Night cult. Although the martial monarch had died in battle, as long as the hidden three disasters expert didn't appear, it meant that the Eternal Night cult still had some strength left. That day, Divine General Bai Qi, who had restrained the Marquis of Triumph-Xian, although he hadn't entered the three disasters and his battle strength was far inferior to the martial monarch's, since he was able to stall the great Xia's war god, people couldn't help but pay attention to him. Time passed little by little as they pondered. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, the situation was the same. The martial marquises of the great Xia had all gone to war and the situation was worsening day by day. There was no time to waste. At daybreak, Qi heard Ning Shi's words and came to pay his respects. Ning Chen, who had never paid attention to etiquette, very seriously accepted Qi-er's greeting. He wanted Qi-er to remember that the heart was not the etiquette. To respect the elders, at no time could be neglected. History had been passed down for a long time. Sometimes, many things would be thrown away. Throwing away the etiquette wasn't a big deal, but if the heart was thrown away, it would truly be impossible to pick it up again. Master. Qi-er called out with a bit of fear. Yes. Ning Chen responded, then led the little prince to the desk. He picked up a brush and handed it over. He asked softly, "Do you know how to use this?" Yes. Qi-er picked up the brush and replied in a serious manner. Ning Chen nodded. He raised his hand and lightly pressed on the desk. Instantly, more than half of the four legs of the desk sank into the floor. "Write a few words for Master to see," Ning Chen said as he picked up the little prince and placed him on a chair. Qi-er bent over the desk and crookedly wrote the word "father" and "mother." The child was still young and had learned very few words. He could only firmly remember these two words. Since Master told him to write, he wrote the two words that he was most familiar with. "Who taught you?" Ning Chen rubbed the little prince's hair and asked. "Imperial uncle," Qi-er crisply replied. Ning Chen nodded slightly and continued, "Then Qi-er will write these two words. However, before eating, you have to practice writing for half an hour. Can you do that?" "Yes." Qi-er didn't have much concept of time. However, because Imperial Uncle told him to listen to Master, he obediently nodded. "Right. When the time is up, Master will call you." After saying this, Ning Chen quietly sat on the side and didn't say anything else. Qi-er strenuously held the brush and continued to write crookedly. He was very serious and his little face was abnormally focused. Ning Chen nodded without leaving a trace. This little prince's temperament wasn't bad. It could be seen that Xia Zi had taught him very diligently. Half an hour wasn't long, but for little Qi who was only 3 years old, it was very long. Children didn't have much strength, and writing was a very difficult task. In just a quarter of an hour, the little prince's arm was already sore and very uncomfortable. However, Ning Chen didn't say anything and Qi didn't dare to stop. He could only grit his teeth and continue to write. Time gradually accumulated in crooked horizontal and vertical strokes. After another quarter of an hour, Ning Chen finally opened his mouth and let the little prince rest. "Let's go eat." Ning Chen carried Qi-er down and immediately held his hand as they walked out of the study. Outside the study, She had been waiting for a long time. However, she didn't go in to urge them. Instead, she patiently waited for the two to come out. Although the Marquis was a very amiable person, she also had to understand the rules. Ning Chen handed Qi-er over to the former and walked towards the front yard. From the beginning of the day, the Marquis's mansion also began to get busy. When the servants saw Ning Chen, they bowed and then went back to their own business. Ning Chen left the mansion and went to the imperial court first. Then, he immediately went back to the palace. The decree to confer the title of Marquis to the head of the Yao family in Yu City had already been issued. Presumably, the other major sects would also respond soon. If they don't submit, then they will be directly purged. At this critical moment of life and death, there was no room for mercy. The imperial court must show a decisive and clear attitude of reward and punishment. Only then will the major sects be afraid and seriously consider whether it is necessary to be an enemy of the imperial court. This was the most critical moment. Ning Chen and Xia Zi discussed the various matters for a long time. It wasn't until night fell that they left the palace together. Although Xia Zi was now the acting king, he didn't move back to the palace. Moreover, there was no difference where a third tribulation Xiantian powerhouse stayed. The black robe was still the symbol of King Haowu. No matter what, it would never change. Farewell. After staying in the palace, the two went their separate ways and walked towards their respective mansions. In King Haowu's mansion, Xia Zi walked over. Ever since he ascended the throne, he rarely had time to come back. Only Xia Xinyu would come over from time to time to help with the affairs of the mansion. Welcome, King of Xia. Luofei looked at the returning figure and smiled. Miss Luofei, you're too polite. Xia Zi said. In Marquis Jiming's mansion, Ning Chen looked in the direction of the mansion on the other side. His eyes flashed. He really wanted to know who Luofei was. He reminded Zi to go back and invite her. First, he wanted to add a powerful helper to the Xia kingdom. Second, he wanted to see if this woman was trustworthy. Of course, these words couldn't be said to Zi. In Wushuang City, a shriveled old man walked over step by step. He concealed his aura and didn't stand out among the passers-by. Most of the powers in Wushuang City had been wiped out, but most of the commoners had survived. The master of the four extremes couldn't kill everyone. A dead city had no meaning to him. This old man was the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor. He had come to investigate whether Ning Chen was real or not. Although Ning Chen's words sounded polite, he still wanted to investigate. The reason he had been able to survive until now wasn't because his cultivation base was high, but because he was careful and cherished his life. He had to carefully investigate things he wasn't absolutely sure about. In the northern part of Wushuang City, the Silver Garden was the place where the city lord's bloodline had held a banquet for the heroes of the world. Powerful auras floated there. They didn't conceal their auras. Just the pressure they emitted made any martial artists who had the impulse to resist give up. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor frowned. This wasn't easy to handle. With so many Xiantian experts, even he would find it troublesome to deal with them. It's difficult. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor shook his head. It was impossible for him to give up. However, how to smoothly obtain the phoenix blood was truly a headache for him. Within the Marquis' mansion, Ning Chen was patiently waiting. Every day, besides teaching Qi, he spent the rest of his time dealing with various matters. Most of the sects in the southeast were able to judge the situation. Under the coercion of the imperial court and the situation, most of them expressed their stance. Of course, there were also those who were stubborn and weren't willing to send troops to help. Who knew that the sects that weren't willing to submit would turn into rivers of blood overnight, shocking the entire southeast? On this night, the candles in the Marquis' mansion burned out. However, new candles weren't added as usual. When Xia Zi received the news, he was startled. He sighed deeply and didn't say anything. A day later, the sects that were still hesitating immediately expressed their willingness to submit to the imperial court and listen to their orders. From this moment onwards, the southeast problem that had been troubling Great Xia was finally resolved. On the other side, the army that was being moved from Ascension Valley to Wushuang City had basically finished gathering. The atmosphere instantly became heavy, and war was about to break out. Chapter 292. As Wuxia City finished gathering their troops, the temporary stalemate quickly changed. The oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for the entire divine prefecture to breathe. The sudden appearance of the forces from Yuhua Valley had attracted the attention of the world for a long time. Even a fool could see that the sudden appearance of the outsiders had obvious ambitions, and Great Xia was just the biggest obstacle in front of them. However, everyone wanted to be lucky. If disaster did not befall them, they would not feel the pain of the bone. Most of the forces chose to wait and see. Or rather, to quietly watch the battle between Great Xia and the outsiders, hoping to benefit from it. Wuxia City sent out their troops. The 200,000-strong army was divided into 10 camps, each of which was overseen by a Khanate venerable. Countless Heaven's Reach experts were the vanguard as they embarked on the expedition to the west. The four Supreme Realm used a thunderous offensive, relying on their absolute top combat power, and were bound to take down the entire Great Xia in the shortest time possible. As the commander-in-chief, the Disaster King oversaw the army and was fully in charge of the expedition to Great Xia. At this critical moment, 7 Khanate experts suddenly appeared in the Great Xia army, barely blocking the first wave of attacks of the 4 Supreme Realm. 4 Khanate experts came from the major sects in the southeast of Great Xia, 2 from the Heavenly Pavilion of Compassion Sword, and the last from the Great Xia Dragon Guard, who was the leader of the Dragon Guard who survived Mount Mijia. Although he had just broken through, at this critical moment, every Khanate expert was an extremely precious asset. In the first battle, the Disaster King did not appear, and neither did Ning Chen and the others. In the first battle, they still held back, mainly to find out the opponent's trump card. Khanate experts were different from ordinary martial artists. As long as they were determined to stay alive, it was not easy to kill them. After a short rest, the 4 Supreme Realm army attacked again. Duke Jingwu and Marquis Zhongyong did not fight head-on, relying on the natural defense of the city to avoid the sharp edge and minimize casualties. In 10 days, the 170,000 Great Xia army retreated more than 300 miles, with more than 10,000 casualties. The number of martial artists in the 4 Supreme Realm army was too large, and ordinary soldiers could not stop Heaven's Reach experts. It was extremely difficult for the Great Xia army to fight. Fortunately, there were Khanate experts in the army, and the experts from both sides did not dare to go too deep, which reduced the casualties. In Jiming Marquis residence, Ning Chen looked at the daily battle reports, his eyes flashing. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor still didn't appear. It was like he knew Great Xia's weakness and wasn't anxious about the Phoenix blood at all. In response, Ning Chen merely sneered and watched silently. There would be times when this old man would be anxious. Half a month later, the Disaster King had to return to the Wuxia city for some business. However, not long after he left the camp, he saw a bright red blade in front of him. Holy Sun, you! The Disaster King's expression sank. The red clothes in front of him fluttered in the wind. Her long red hair was as red as blood. The chaotic wind dust forcefully blocked his path, cutting down the source of the disaster. After Wan Fengchen walked out, a woman in a faintly colored dress also walked out. Her powerful aura surged, and after months of healing, she had finally recovered. Traitor, you managed to escape with your life last time. You won't be so lucky this time, said the Disaster King. Meng Xuanji's sword glowed brightly. She didn't waste any words and didn't hold back at all. Her sword light tore through the air and shot towards Yi Fujian. The Disaster King raised his palm to meet it head-on, and the sword and palm collided. Sharp shockwaves spread out, causing the surrounding rocks to crumble and dust to fly everywhere. Meng Xuanji revealed her powerful cultivation base for the first time. Using her sword as the tip, her moves were exquisite, making it difficult for the Disaster King to gain the upper hand. Being forced into a stalemate by someone whose cultivation base was far lower than his, the Disaster King found it difficult to conceal his fury. His entire body's energy soared, revealing the incomparable power of a 3 disaster expert. Meng Xuanji's attacks were restricted and clumsy. It was shocking. Meng Xuanji's attacks were restricted. Longevity disaster, devil calamity ascends to the heavens. The disaster king raised his palm, and heaven and earth began to change. A gloomy aura spread out, covering the entire horizon. At this moment, Wan Feng Chen's feet moved, and his body turned into a red streak of light. He instantly arrived in front of the disaster king, and his flowing light blood blade spun, filling the sky with killing intent. The disaster king's attack was blocked, and he raised his hand to meet it. With a rumbling explosion, the two of them both retreated, their mouths dyed red. Holy Sun, you've angered the disaster king. The disaster king's eyes burned with fury as he stomped his foot. The ground within 100 feet of him crumbled, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to tremble. Waves of air rippled outwards with terrifying might. In their shock, a dazzling golden divine weapon appeared. Its sharp aura caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space, spreading out for hundreds of meters. Golden Feather Lance. Wan Feng Chen and Meng Xuanji were both forced back several steps by the divine weapon's aura. Traitor, Holy Sun, today you'll pay the heaviest price for your stupidity. The disaster king clenched his fist, and the golden feather lance appeared in his hand. His figure instantly flashed. Wan Feng Chen and Meng Xuanji joined hands to block it. However, with a clanging sound, Meng Xuanji's longsword shattered and flew dozens of meters away. Wan Feng Chen's expression changed slightly, and his flowing light blood blade shone brightly, blowing away the golden feather lance. Careful, the golden feather lance is unstoppable. Try not to face it head-on, warned Meng Xuanji. Wan Feng Chen nodded. He had only heard of it before, but only now did he truly understand how terrifying the world's sharpest weapon was. The disaster king coldly snorted, saying anything now is useless. It won't be too late to regret it once you're in hell. With that, the disaster king's figure flashed once more. With a peerless divine weapon and a shocking cultivation base, the two of them were in a perilous situation. Rivers and mountains drink hatred, blood maples October red. In this critical situation, Wan Feng Chen once again used his most powerful technique. His flowing light blood blade shone brightly, and a dazzling blood-red light soared into the sky. The disaster king's eyes flashed coldly, and the golden feather lance shone with golden light. Rays of sharp light shot out, and the red maples dissipated in an instant. The golden light pierced through his body, and Wan Feng Chen let out a muffled groan as he was forced back several steps. Meng Xuanji pressed forward, her slender hand filled with killing intent, aiming for the disaster king's heart. Pointless struggle. The disaster king sneered as he raised his palm to meet her attack. In close combat, his killing intent was limitless. Every move was soul-crushing. With a bang, Meng Xuanji's left shoulder was struck by a palm. Her slender hand passed through and landed on the disaster king's chest. Stepping back, Meng Xuanji spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground in front of her red. On the other hand, the disaster king had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Although he was also injured, his injuries were much lighter. One palm for another, how many palms can you take? The disaster king coldly sneered. No matter how exquisite a move was, it still needed to be coordinated with one's cultivation base and foundation. Otherwise, it would be useless. Wan Feng Chen and Meng Xuanji's expressions both sank. The disaster king would not stop. In the future, he would bring an even greater calamity to the two realms. They would have to deal with the source of the four extremities calamities themselves. The two of them pressed forward once more, and the blood-red saber light slashed down, restarting the battle. The disaster king used his divine weapon to meet them, and the saber and lance collided with dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged over 10 moves. The flowing light blood saber was an extraordinary weapon, while the golden feather saber was a peerless divine weapon. One was fast and the other was sharp. Luan Fengchen did his best to avoid clashing with the saber. However, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, and it was not something that a single person could control. The Disaster King swung the golden feather saber, each strike heavier than the last, wanting to break the flowing light blood saber. At the same time, Meng Xuanji fought in close combat, only attacking without defending. Her slender hands were like the scythe of a death god, and all she wanted was to drag the source of disaster in front of her into hell. The stalemate ended with an ear-piercing sound. The flowing light blood saber in Luan Fengchen's hand was finally unable to withstand the sharpness of the golden feather saber, and it snapped. The gold entered his body, and blood spurted out. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Luan Fengchen's eyes. He gripped the golden feather saber tightly, unwilling to let go. An opportunity had appeared. Meng Xuanji once again received a palm strike. She gathered all of her energy into her slender hand and sent out a palm strike. Seeing this, the Disaster King erupted with energy. He hurriedly pushed aside Luan Fengchen and raised his weapon to block, but it was already too late. The palm energy surged over, and he staggered back 4 steps, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Golden feather saber. At this moment, Meng Xuanji used a secret technique, and the golden feather saber in the Disaster King's hand suddenly changed. It broke free from his grasp and stabbed back. The Disaster King hadn't expected this sudden change. In that moment of crisis, his body unconsciously leaned to the side. In the next instant, the golden light pierced through his body, bringing with it a fountain of blood. Ugh! The Disaster King groaned and retreated a few more steps. He then stomped his foot and used the momentum to escape. On the other side, the heavily injured Meng Xuanji and Luan Fengchen both staggered back, blood flowing from their mouths. They wanted to chase, but they didn't have the strength. Damn it, we still let him escape. Meng Xuanji's eyes flashed with unwillingness. If the golden feather saber had moved just a bit more, today's battle would have been over. 3 disaster experts' ability to judge danger was truly extraordinary. In that situation just now, the Disaster King had been able to dodge at such a close distance. It was truly extraordinary. Let's go. If someone else comes, our situation won't be good. Luan Fengchen picked up his broken saber. Okay. Meng Xuanji put away the golden feather saber and dragged her heavily injured body away. A day later, the news of the Disaster King being heavily injured quickly spread throughout the world. The 4 extreme armies' attack was immediately stopped, and they no longer dared to rashly advance. In the manner of the Marquis of Jiming, Ning Chen looked at the information he had received and a strange smile appeared on his face. It was a pity that the Disaster King hadn't died at Meng Xuanji and Luan Fengchen's hands. However, this wasn't unexpected. If 3 disaster experts died so easily, then the 3 disaster experts would be laughable. Luan Fengchen was the holy son of the 4 extreme holy sons. Although his strength was unquestionable, his status was too special. Ning Chen had to admit that he couldn't completely trust him. The reason he had warned him to kill the Disaster King was to test Luan Fengchen's stance, as well as to provoke another person. That person was the Golden Staff Imperial Teacher. With Luan Fengchen and Meng Xuanji working together, it would be best if they could kill the Disaster King. But even if they lost, the Disaster King would have to pay a price. The Disaster King being heavily injured was a reminder to the Golden Staff Imperial Teacher that the 2 of them weren't the only ones keeping an eye on the Disaster King. For the next few days, Ning Chen didn't leave the Marquis Manor and waited quietly. Sure enough, on the 4th day, the Golden Staff Imperial Teacher couldn't bear it anymore and came to the manor. Boy, this old man has come as promised. The Golden Staff Imperial Teacher hid the anxiety in his eyes and laughed. Ning Chen smiled and glanced at Lu Ruoxi. Ruoxi, serve the tea. Yes. Lu Ruoxi bowed and immediately went forward to serve the tea. Senior golden staff, please. Ning Chen said. The Marquis of the Grand Xia really knows how to enjoy life. Good tea. The golden staff imperial teacher drank the tea and smiled. Hearing the former's words, Lu Ruoxi wanted to laugh, but she forced herself to hold it back. The Marquis was a very stingy person. He had said that the type of person drank the type of tea. This tea was the most common type of tea. It was impossible for him to take it out for a banquet. Ning Chen smiled. The golden staff imperial teacher didn't know how to appreciate tea. Not to mention tea, even if you gave him a cup of cold water, he would still say it was good. Ruoxi. Ning Chen spoke again. When Lu Ruoxi heard this, she went forward and poured another cup of tea for the golden staff imperial teacher before retreating behind the Marquis. Since it's good tea, senior golden staff imperial teacher should drink more. Ning Chen said. Although the golden staff imperial teacher was anxious, he still drank the tea. But just as he put down the teacup, he saw that the boy was still asking the girl to pour more tea. He immediately said, "Boy, the tea is finished. Isn't it time to talk about business?" Senior golden staff imperial teacher, don't be anxious. The phoenix blood will eventually belong to you. No one can take it away. Ning Chen chuckled. Humph, don't laugh. This old man will only ask you one thing. Do you really have full confidence in getting rid of this king of calamities? The golden staff imperial teacher asked in a deep voice. Of course. Although this junior is not talented, as long as senior golden staff imperial teacher is willing to cooperate, I still have confidence. Ning Chen held the teacup in his hand and said. Good. As long as you have a way to force him into a situation of certain death, this old man will promise to help you get rid of him. The final phoenix blood will be split between us. The golden staff imperial teacher said. The people of the world will definitely be grateful for senior's righteousness. Ning Chen cupped his hands. There's no need for compliments. The golden staff imperial teacher waved his hand and a golden token appeared on the table. He said, take this token. As long as you pour your true qi into it, this old man will immediately sense it no matter where you are. I will rush over in the shortest amount of time. Ning Chen looked at the token on the table and his eyes flashed. He said, thank you, senior golden staff imperial teacher. We'll meet again someday. Don't make this old man wait too long. The golden staff imperial teacher stood up and said. Of course. The corners of Ning Chen's mouth curved slightly as he replied. Chapter 293. After the golden staff imperial tutor left, Lu Ruoxi burst into laughter. She had been holding it in for a long time. A look of helplessness appeared on Ning Chen's face. Marquis, the golden staff imperial tutor looks stupid, Lu Ruoxi said with a smile. Ning Chen shook his head and said, that's because you don't know him. In fact, he's not stupid at all. It can even be said that great wisdom looks stupid. He knows what to say and what to do. If your Marquis didn't stay in the four extremes for 2 years and know more things that he doesn't, it wouldn't be so easy to deceive him. The Marquis is the best, Lu Ruoxi said with certainty. Well, you don't have to flatter me, Ning Chen smiled and continued, I'm going to the palace. Bring her here. Okay. Lu Ruoxi responded softly and immediately turned to walk to the backyard. Was brought over not long after. The little prince seemed to have put on some weight during the month he was in the Marquis' estate. Master. When saw the person in the hall, he trotted forward and grabbed the former's hand. His happy expression was much more intimate than when they first met. Let's go. Today is the day you return to the palace. Ning Chen reached out and rubbed the little prince's head and said softly. Okay, nodded vigorously. Ning Chen held the little prince's hand and left the Marquis' estate. They walked all the way to the palace. In the heavenly mandate palace, Xia Zi saw the arrival of the two and ordered someone to bring the little prince back to the harem. He looked at his good friend in front of him and said with a smile, "It seems that your injuries are almost healed." "Yes, by the way, I almost forgot to ask you. What did your Miss Luo say? Did she agree?" Ning Chen asked. "Good friend, don't joke around. Miss Luo saved my life and can't be neglected," Xia Zi emphasized seriously before answering the former's question. As for helping to deal with the four extremes, Miss Luo didn't make a clear statement. She only said that it depends on her mood. "Oh," Ning Chen responded indifferently and said, "It's good that she agreed." Xia Zi was startled and asked in confusion, "When did I say Miss Luo agreed?" "Zi, I can tell you very seriously that when a girl says it depends on her mood, it means she agreed," Ning Chen said with a serious expression. Although Xia Zi still had doubts in his heart, he still nodded. "Clever Lord Marquis, it's useless for you to say such things to my royal brother." At this time, a beautiful figure walked in from outside the palace, smiling. "Xinyu, why aren't you resting in the residence? Why did you come out?" Xia Zi frowned and asked with concern. "I've been cooped up for a long time, so I have to come out for some fresh air. Furthermore, I haven't paid my respects to Imperial Mother in a long time. I can't always say that I'm not feeling well because of a cold." Xia Xinyu smiled. Ning Chen took a step forward and extended his hand to feel her pulse. Immediately, he gently nodded his head. It was still all right and there were no signs of worsening. "Marquis, do you know that there is a saying that men and women should not touch each other?" Xia Xinyu smiled and continued, "If others see this, you will probably be charged with the crime of taking liberties with the princess." Ning Chen couldn't help but laugh. Women were indeed animals that couldn't be provoked. Xia Zi didn't bother with his sister's nonsense. Ning Chen wasn't an outsider, and friends couldn't be as formal as they were in the imperial court. "Lord Marquis, royal brother, you can talk about your matters. I'm only here to take a look. I won't disturb you from talking about proper matters." Xia Xinyu casually found a seat and sat down. Although women couldn't participate in politics, who among the two of them could really chase this princess away? Even someone as principled as Xia Zi would do his best to tolerate this terminally ill sister of his. He wasn't willing to go against any of her wishes. Ning Chen didn't care about these broken rules. Even if the Grand Xia produced an empress, he wouldn't care. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor came this morning. Ning Chen explained everything that had happened today and his plan. This matter concerned the balance between the war between the Grand Xia and the four extremities, so he couldn't be careless. After Xia Zi heard about the scheme, he didn't say anything. He only raised a question about the final trap. If the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor discovers that the Disaster King doesn't have that much phoenix blood, won't he be furious and take revenge? Xia Zi was worried. "Don't worry, I have my own plans. The Golden Staff Imperial Tutor is currently our most precious treasure. How can we turn hostile after using him once? However, I won't tell my friends the specifics for now," replied Ning Chen. "Lord Marquis, Mother is right. You really are full of evil tricks," interjected Xia Xinyu from the side. "Thank you for your praise, Princess." Ning Chen didn't move and smiled. "Ah, you're too polite." Xia Xinyu lightly smiled. His face was truly invincible. After they finished talking about the Disaster King and the Golden Staff Imperial Tutor, Ning Chen's expression became serious. He asked, "Zi, have you found anything about the poisoning?" Xia Zi sighed and shook his head. The imperial physicians of the imperial court are mostly proficient in medicine. They aren't proficient in the strange poisons of the world. I've already sent people to the western frontier to look for famous physicians. The Miao people there live with poisonous plants and insects their entire lives. They should know what the poison tomorrow is. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. This matter had come too suddenly and he didn't have many clues. However, to be able to silently poison the emperor of the Grand Xia was truly a terrifying matter. The people by the side of the previous Grand Xia emperors had all been carefully selected. Moreover, every food in the imperial palace had a special eunuch taste test them, making it even more difficult to poison them. Ning Chen didn't want to express any opinions about this matter. Seeing that it was getting late, he bid farewell. I'll be going back first. Stay in the palace for now. I'll have to deal with the Disaster King's matter and won't be able to leave. Be careful, warned Xia Zi seriously. At this time, Xia Xinyu stood up and said, just in time. I should be going back as well. Let's go together. I'll be honored. Ning Chen deliberately put on a respectful expression. Tactful. Xia Xinyu lightly smiled. The two of them walked out of the palace together. Once they were out of the palace, Ning Chen asked, Princess, do you have something to ask me? I really can't hide anything from you. Xia Xinyu lightly sighed. You had Imperial Brother ask Miss Luo for help. Was your true goal to probe her identity? Yes. Ning Chen nodded, not denying it. He explained, Princess, don't think too much about it. Zi's personality is too kind. I didn't tell him because I didn't want to make things difficult for him. But Luofei's identity is unknown and we have to be on guard against her. I don't mean to blame you. Xia Xinyu said, I know that Imperial Brother isn't suited to sit on the throne. But since things have already gotten to this point, there's no other way. At this point, Xia Xinyu stopped and looked at the person in front of her. With a pleading look on her face, she said, Ning Chen, you're the smartest person among us. Xinyu only begs you. No matter what happens in the future, please help my royal brother. Princess, we're friends. You're treating me like an outsider. Ning Chen revealed a gentle smile. Furthermore, there's no need to tell me something so far away. It's just a trifling 7 extreme physique. There'll always be a way to resolve it. You're now the grand eldest princess. Other than Zi and the Empress, you're the strongest. I'll be counting on your auspicious words. Xia Xinyu smiled sweetly. In that instant it was like 100 flowers had bloomed, so beautiful that the surrounding people were dazzled. Seeing the smile on her face, Ning Chen gently smiled. Let's go. Don't disturb others. Xia Xinyu glanced at the people not far away and nodded with a smile. Then they continued walking. In the western part of the Grand Xia, in the eternal night god Sek's second temple, Zong Qianxiu stood quietly. Remnant Wind brought a strangely dressed old woman over and respectfully bowed. Temple Master. How's the investigation going? Just what kind of poison did the Grand Xia's emperor suffer from? Asked Zong Qianxiu. The old woman's mouth curved slightly. Preliminary investigation shows that it should be the dark luo flower. Zong Qianxiu frowned. Although he wasn't good at using poison, he had heard of most poisonous flowers and plants. However, he had never heard of the dark luo flower. Seeing the former's expression, the old woman didn't keep him in suspense and explained, Temple Master, you may not know this, but the dark luo flower is originally used to feed goo insects. It's very precious. The flower itself has very little toxicity. Even if it enters the body, there won't be any abnormalities. However, the dark luo flower has a special characteristic. Once it comes in contact with the pollen of the superior epiphyllum, it will immediately mutate and produce an extremely strong toxicity. The old woman paused for a moment and a strange smile appeared on her face. She continued, there's one more thing that you may be more interested in. Oh. What is it? Asked Zong Qianxiu curiously. We have people among the Grand Xia's imperial physicians. A few days ago, when they were treating King Shoshan, who was the former 6th prince, they deliberately kept an eye on him. After testing, they finally confirmed that this person's blood does indeed contain the poison of the dark luo flower. Hearing this, Zhong Qianxiu's eyes shone brightly. This was truly unusual. He knew about King Shoshan. This former sixth prince of the Grand Xia had a weak body and often coughed up blood. After Xia Mingri succeeded the throne, he gave him the title of King Shoshan in order to wish his brother a speedy recovery. This was something that everyone knew, so it wasn't strange at all. However, the hidden message behind this was what interested him the most. This King Shoshan had a weak body and could be said to be aloof from worldly affairs his entire life. Yet, he was poisoned. This wasn't normal. There was only one reason why he would be poisoned, and that was because of his status as a prince of the Grand Xia. Poison woman, remnant wind, think of a way to find out if the other princes have been poisoned. Quickly report the results to me, said Zhong Qianxiu. Yes. The two respectfully accepted the order and left. After the two left, Zhong Qianxiu's eyes flashed with cold light. If his guess was correct, there were perhaps even more ambitious people hiding in the Grand Xia. Moreover, the fox's tail was about to be exposed. Chapter 294. In the imperial harem of Xia, the little prince ran to the entrance of the imperial harem and waited for his master to pick him up. His small body was different from other children. He was less delicate and had more determination. This was the future of Xia. At such a young age, he had taken on the expectations of too many people. Behind Qi, a beautiful woman walked forward and looked at her son quietly. Her eyes were warm and quiet. Mother, why hasn't master come to pick me up? Qi raised his head and looked at his mother and asked. Lord Wuho has too many things to do. He might have been delayed by something. Qi, don't worry. The woman said gently. Okay. Qi, nodded his head and stood there waiting. The woman waited at the side. Although the palace maid had just reported that Jiming Marquis would not be coming to pick Qi up today. But Jiming Marquis had instructed her not to tell Qi before sunset. The sun gradually set and night gradually came. Qi's little face finally showed anxiety. He raised his head and looked at his mother. Mother, why hasn't master come yet? Usually at this time, his master would have come to pick him up. Why hasn't he come yet? Lord Wuho might not be coming. Qi, do you still want to wait? The woman asked softly. Yes. Qi said. Hearing the answer, the woman smiled. Jiming Marquis' teachings were not in vain. At this moment, in front of the two of them, a familiar figure appeared. Qi's anxious little face immediately lit up with joy and she ran over. Looking at the little prince in front of her, the figure squatted down and said a few words. Then, she waited quietly. Qi thought for a moment and nodded his head. In the next moment, the white clothes scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 1,000 miles away, Ning Chen's face showed a faint smile. His figure flashed past and continued to head east. On the eastern battlefield, the Four Poles army and the troops led by the Duke and Marquis of Xia were in a standoff. The battle between the two territories was different from the previous battles. The number of strong martial artists was increasing day by day. The imperial court and sects of Xia temporarily put aside their animosity and fought against the enemy. Because everyone knew that if they lost this battle, it would not be as simple as a change of dynasty. They would be enslaved. Ning Chen observed the eastern battlefield for a few days and then left for the east. In Ascension Valley, the spatial passageway constantly stirred. Batch after batch of reinforcements were still being transferred over from the four extremities, and then they directly rushed to the battlefield. Not far away, two powerful inborn experts were guarding this crucial space tunnel. Outside the valley, Ning Chen looked ahead, his eyes flickering. If his judgment was correct, the four extremities were likely to be unified, which meant that the masters of the four extremities could mobilize more and more soldiers. It seemed that after getting rid of the disaster queen, he had to find a way to deal with the matter of the four extremities reinforcements as soon as possible. For the time being, he didn't have a way to mend the spatial boundary, so he could only destroy the teleportation formation between the four extremities sacred grounds and the spatial passageway to prevent those below the third tribulation of the Xiantian realm from coming over. This matter seemed simple, but it was actually fraught with difficulties. Before most of the military forces were mobilized, the four extremities realm masters would most likely personally oversee the four extremities sacred ground to prevent anyone from destroying the formation. Just as Ning Chen was pondering, a figure with a strong aura walked out of the space tunnel. It was another powerful inborn expert. There's really no end to this. A cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a bird's cry shook the heavens. Amidst the surging sword will, the great green sparrow's sword was unsheathed. The inborn expert who had just stepped out of the spatial passageway immediately felt a terrifying sense of danger. He dodged to the side and dodged the sword light. With a loud bang, the green sparrow's sword light slashed the spatial passageway. A powerful shockwave erupted, and those who had not yet been transported over were immediately swallowed by the power of space, disappearing forever. Blood gushed out. In front of the spatial passageway, the blue-clothed inborn expert's right arm flew off from his shoulder. Blood splattered all over the sky, dyeing half of his body red. The two inborn experts guarding the area were shocked. They moved their feet and came to the blue-clothed man's side. Their eyes were fixed on the white figure that had suddenly appeared in front of them, fully alert. "Be careful," Xian Gu, who was relatively stronger, warned in a low voice. N. Xian Mo nodded, his expression extremely solemn. The person in front of them was no stranger to them. Or rather, everyone in the Holy Land was no stranger to him. This was the person that the Domain Lord and the Disaster King clearly wanted to eliminate. Ugh! The blue-clothed inborn expert suddenly groaned in extreme pain. The sword will entered his body and destroyed it easily. Immediately, blood spurted out of his body and he fell straight to the ground. The two's expressions changed, but they did not dare to save him. They could only watch as the blue-clothed man fell, his blood staining the ground. "It's your turn." Before she finished speaking, the white-clothed figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the two. Her sword moved, and her will followed. Streams of light flowed, and her killing intent was bone-chilling. Xian Gu swung his sword to block, but with a clang, his sword was sent flying and he was forced to retreat several steps. Xian Mo swung his thunder halberd. However, the difference in strength was obvious at this moment. Before his thunder halberd could land, it was caught by a hand and could not move. One of them was at the third tribulation of the Khanate realm, while the other was at the peak of the second tribulation of the Khanate realm. They were already rare experts in the world. However, in front of the great Xia Jiming Marquis, who had fought with the three disasters many times, their foundation and battle strength were too far apart. Heaven Scroll. Ning Chen activated his body and was about to kill when a bright sword light came from afar. It was incomparably sharp and frightening. The sword light was so fast that it made Ning Chen's heart tremble. He turned around and pulled back his sword. With a clang, he retreated half a step. "It's you." A familiar figure and a familiar sword. The person in front of him was the strongest of the four extremes besides the master of the four extremes and the king of disasters, Xian Tian. It had been a long time since their last clash, and the situation was completely different. The two looked at each other, their eyes flickering with light. There was seriousness, but also an incomparable battle intent. "The two of you, stand down," said Xian Tian. "Okay." The two who had luckily escaped with their lives suppressed the throbbing in their hearts and retreated to the side. Knowing that the opponent in front of him was not ordinary, Ning Chen's great green sparrow sword moved rhythmically. Sword cries rang out, like the cry of a green sparrow, shaking the world. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. The battle intent in Xian Tian's eyes continued to rise. His infatuation with the sword was tied down by gratitude. Today, there were no orders or schemes. He could finally fight openly with the sword in his hand. In the next moment, Xian Tian's figure flashed. His bright sword shone brilliantly. A sword without fault, pressing towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen swung his sword to block. The two swords clashed directly. In an instant, rays of sword light scattered in all directions. With loud bangs, the mountain rocks in the distance were riddled with holes, collapsing and falling down. It was a draw, but it had already reflected the cultivation of the two swords. It made the challenger's battle intent even stronger. Good opponent. Xian Tian raised his body again. His sword moved extremely quickly. His strength was displayed to the peak of his life. His bright sword pierced through the air like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, surging over. However, the originally evenly matched battle only heard a clang. As the two swords clashed, the silhouette used the momentum to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the watery light flickered and quickly disappeared. Until we meet again. The final voice that was left behind echoed in Ascension Valley. Xian Tian was stunned, unable to recover for a moment. 100 miles away, the silhouette materialized and immediately headed west. Half a month later, Ning Chen officially appeared in the Great Xia army. His powerful strength immediately changed the battle situation between the two sides. The Disaster King's injuries had not fully recovered, and with the experience of Ascension Valley, the four extreme realms' originally sufficient battle strength suddenly became weak. In the main hall of the four extreme realms' Holy Land, the master of the four extreme realm listened to the report of the war in the Divine Prefecture and unconsciously frowned. Xian Ji, said the master of the four extreme realm. Yes, master, said Xian Ji while kneeling. Help me arrange a meeting with Zong Qianxiu, said the master of the four extreme realm. Yes. Xian Ji accepted the order and immediately turned to leave. One day later, in the second hall of the Eternal Night sect, Xian Ji arrived. Looking at the person in front of him, he said calmly, Hall Master, my lord has something to discuss with you. Oh. A cold light flashed in Zong Qianxiu's eyes. He said, what does your lord want to discuss? Borrow troops. Before he finished speaking, rays of light gathered in the second hall, forming an illusory figure. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding air pressure dropped. Zong Qianxiu's mouth curved slightly. He said, you have such a strong person as the Disaster King under you, as well as so many Xiantian experts that others are jealous of. My sect will not make a fool of ourselves. Hall Master, are you saying that you want to sever the friendship between our alliance? Asked the master of the four extreme realm. You're being too serious. It's just that the martial monarch has died in battle, and our sect has suffered great losses. We want to help, but we can't, replied Zong Qianxiu, unmoved. The master of the four extreme realms' eyes narrowed, and his killing intent kept jumping. After a while, the cold light gradually disappeared. He said lightly, in that case, I won't force you. Until we meet again. The illusory figure disappeared, and the trembling void returned to normal. Xian Ji also left without saying a word. Hall Master, why didn't you agree to his request? Asked Remnant Wind, puzzled. The four extreme realm and the divine sect had just formed an alliance, and this undoubtedly cut a huge gap between the two sides. There's no need, said Zong Qianxiu calmly. The four extreme realm seems to be temporarily blocked, but it's actually just an illusion. The master of the four extreme realm came here just to drag the divine sect down with him and let everyone in the world know about the alliance between the divine sect and the four extreme realm. Zong Qianxiu paused and asked, how's the investigation of the Hualuo flower? Are the other princes of the Great Xia poisoned as well? Hall Master, please forgive me. We haven't finished the investigation yet. We only need the blood of a few people. Apart from Shoshan King, we only have the blood of the 11th prince. The specific results will take a day or two to test, said Remnant Wind respectfully. Speed up. We must investigate this matter before the imperial family of the Great Xia finds out, said Zhong Qinqiu. Yes, replied Remnant Wind. At the same time, in the eastern battlefield of the Great Xia, Ning Chen wrote a letter in the commander's tent and immediately sent out an expert in the army to deliver it. Jiming Marquis, if you need any help, just say the word, said a burly man in the tent. Many thanks, Marquis Zhongyong. It's just a small matter. I can handle it, said Ning Chen. Half a day later, a figure holding a golden staff appeared and slowly walked towards the Great Xia army. Another day later, in Qingshuang Valley, a handsome young man in a black and white cloak appeared. Looking at the letter in front of him, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Go back and tell Ning Chen that I'll be there on time. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.